Hello, and welcome to the Rivalry Captain's Draft 2021 Grand Final, best of 5 between Team LegendJerry and Team Bernpup. Brought to you, of course, by our stunning head of production, Crimson Cyclist, with the patronage of Kerry. I'm here with Platodig, with my two analysts, bgscurtis and Hi.
Hello.
Hi, could I introduce you there?
Nope.
No? Okay, fair enough. And so, I think we can begin by looking at the team lineups, because I think not many people are as familiar with Bernpup team lineup as they would have been LegendJerry's team. LegendJerry's team, obviously, for most people, being one of the favourites pre-tournament, and Bernie being a bit of an upset, but, you know, they've been performing very well. What do you think, guys?
Yeah, honestly, Team Bernpup is one of the biggest surprises coming out of this. Like, no one doubted how good Bernie would be. He was definitely one of the highest rated junglers on most people's tier lists. But then you see some of the names on here, AN and Aimblog in particular. Maybe not so high on some people's tier lists. So definitely a big upset on how improves how good that this team actually is.
Having been knocked out by them, I can tell you right here and right now, forget Bernpup. That's the past. Imbolg is where it is at. He is the carry. He is the superstar of the roster. And if his team can win, I think he's favourite for MVP of the tournament. What do you think, Hi?
Honestly, this is like dark.
Oh.
You have Imbolg. Like, no one expected this man, like silver player. Everyone came in, no expectations. He didn't think he was going to get drafted. He's so far shown a massive champ. Played.
Oh.
Seems to having
some technical difficulties. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can talk about
better.
Yeah, that's better. Right.
Okay. Sorry. I was gonna say, yeah, sorry. So yeah, he's a dark horse. Everyone had no expectations of him. He came in, but he's shown that he has a really diverse champ pool. Like, he can play ADCs, he can play the fasting Senna, he can play mages as well. This is something that a lot of like high tier ADCs in the tournament that they wouldn't dream of playing. Like, even the Seraphine as well. Like, this man has a massive champion ocean.
I mean, to be fair, we can also talk about the other team, though. I mean, they've had their own fairly wide champion pool. We've seen LegendJerry picking, I think it's something like 10 unique champions in 15 games, which is kind of wild, considering he would be viewed as probably the weaker link on his team as well, right? So,
yeah, a different variety of what I'm willing to call more supportive picks, leaning into sort of the Galio, the Annies, even like the Seraphine, which has brought his team a lot of success, setting up Lush, Voltimnex, and Bacon on Vegan to really be like the carry force for Team LegendJerry.
Well, now that we've looked at the lineups, I think we can start to talk about the tournament thus far, right? So, we've seen Team Bernpup beat my my team coming through in the semis there 2-1, and we've seen actually Team LegendJerry knocking out your team, Curtis. So, the path to the final has not been easy for either team. I think we can completely unbiasedly say, right?
No, yeah, they definitely took down two juggernauts of the tournament whenever they beat Team Platodig and Team Arcane.
Yeah. Honestly, I've been very impressed by them. The teamwork they've been able to show, especially. Especially for Team Bernpup, because obviously I wasn't playing against Team LegendJerry, but when I was playing against Team Bernpup, my goodness gracious, Imbolg Swain was to be feared. I said beforehand, I won't ban it. I will disrespect Imbolg. Second game, permaban, first ban. Very dangerous stuff. And I really do hope that LegendJerry will learn his lesson that, can't be letting them have it. Hi, as the unbiased party here, who do you think had the better performing semi-final? Would you say it would have been Bernpup's team or LegendJerry's team?
I'm trying to think, because yours and Bernie's game definitely took at least me for on a bit of a ride, right? Because I kind of expected Bernie to like either win both games or like lose both games, because he would either 1v9 ruffle stomp you, or he would like get so tilted from Ian or like Imbolg like screwing the entire team over. But so yeah, that series was fun to watch. But the Arcane versus Jerry team, like I kind of expected Shauna to get absolutely gapped top lane. It's Cormac, like as much as we hate on him for being a Garen one trick, like he still has a decent champion for carry top laners, which is really nice against someone who's like more akin to a weak side top lane. And Witzel isn't a jungler as far as I'm aware, so Lush just basically took the reins and then just basically claimed the entire jungle for himself. So I think your series was still better, Sook, because I kind of expected the outcome of LegendJerry versus Arcane.
Okay, well, you've mentioned Cormac's champion pool, and I think that's a good segue into the power picks for these teams, actually, to be honest with you. So, Cormac, you've mentioned Garen one trick. As far as I'm aware, he has had Garen banned against him in literally every game thus far this tournament. Beyond that, he's obviously known for his Aurelia and the like, but what kind of power picks do you think we should be seeing from LegendJerry's team, Curtis, having played against them yourself?
Well, let's see. I think one of the biggest picks that they can get their hands on will be the Jinx, since that seems to be Voltamnex's signature champion at this point in time. He's got 8 games on it, 6 wins and only 2 losses. And combined with sort of the utility picks brought on by LegendJerry, and these the chem tank let's call it the chem tank abusers. So like say the Udyr or the Hecarim that could be picked up by Lush, and just sort of the tank play from Weighted Pair will really set up Voltamnex to be the big pop off carry, and that might be. I'm not going to call it the diff because Ianborg, a very versatile player in his own right. We've seen his resilience with the Swain picks, the Seraphine picks, but those kind of things might give Voltamnex more room just to farm up peacefully on a hyper like Jinx, and then take over the game if it goes on past 25-30 minutes.
I mean, another pick we've seen Lush pull out, which I don't think he'll be able to do against Bernpup, was his Teleport Karthus, which is probably more effective against junglers like myself who have no idea what they're doing, So we might see his champion pool pinched a bit more than we would normally see, because it's been safe to say he's been one of the better junglers in the tournament, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. He's definitely up there when it comes to junglers.
And Hi, what about yourself? What do you think for Bernie's team? Do you think what do you think the power picks will be for them?
Well, obviously we're playing on patch I think 11.8. So obviously also all the junglers, Mordekaiser, Morgana, Diana, all those junglers are like coming out being given those insanely unnecessary jungle buffs. And then you see Nile 3, 5-0 on Mordekaiser in this entire tournament, undefeated. And like that's obviously can be flexed into jungle. Bernie, big Diana player when he was a mid laner. Now he can bring that jungle at insane clear speed. I think he can match Hecarim and Udyr just about. Ian obviously with his Aurelia insanely highly contested between Cormac and him. Imbolg has a Swain, and SLB can play whatever he wants. He can play supportive, he can play Senna and like 1v9. But it's mostly going to be on Bernie because he has access to all the chem tank champions. He has access to all the new junglers that are like a lot more fun and more carry oriented. So it's going to be interesting to see what he can pull out versus Lush.
Okay, well, I will say the series should be getting underway in about 5 minutes, so I think it's time for us to move on to our predictions. We can already see in the Twitch chat, Cyclist, our gracious producer, has put up a poll for the masses to vote on who they think will win, with Team LegendJerry currently not heavy favorites, but a bit of a lead. So I'll go to Curtis first here. Who do you think's going to win? And give me a scoreline, maybe a bit of reasoning behind it too.
Right, I'm just gonna come out with it straight away. I'm going for the spicy 3-0 for Team Bernpup.
Okay.
And the reason I think that's going to be the case is, as I was mentioning before, Bernie has access to a whole new book of tricks, all this dark technology with the new the buffs to Mordekaiser, buffs to Diana buffs to Darius. Like they have all this new shenanigans that will really make it difficult for Team LegendJerry to prep against them in draft, and I think that's really going to give them a big edge in the series.
Okay. And then, you know what? We'll move on to High here. High, score, and reasoning behind it.
So I think Curtis is a bit optimistic with the 3-0. I think it is still going to be Bernie favored, but I think it's going to be a 3-1 instead. The reason is because every time I've seen Bernie play in groups, he's always somehow they throw game one. Either I don't know if it's to throw the enemy team off the scent, or if it's just a breakdown in communications because it was group stages. But I somehow out jungled Bernie in one game. But it's kind of crazy. That's how they kind of need time to scale as a team. So I think that first game will just be more or less a buy, just to get the gears grinding. But the rest of the games is just going to be clean 20-minute, 25-minute games. Bernie's just going to run rampage 1v9, I think.
Okay. Well, I can give my prediction. It's very similar to the boys, but a bit less extreme on the side of Bernpup. I'm going to go with 3-2 for Team Bernie, mainly because I think that Bernpup, either team will win a game, and then they will ego phase the next game, and then they will lose that game. So the only difference for me is I can see more draft flexibility and surprises coming out of Bernpup's team, which might steal a win for them. Which is, I mean, in a best of 5, when I think it's going to be this close, 1 win is all you need. So for me, I'm going Bernpup. It looks like we're all in agreement. We're all thinking Team Bernpup's going to win against the crowd, who are currently 60% in favor of Team LegendJerry. So Curtis, why do you know more than the people?
Oh, well, I mean, apart from just knowing that jungle's the most broken rule and Bernie's the best player remaining in the tournament, they do have the madman himself, the fan favorite, Aimbolg, his dark technology, the Swain, the Seraphine, all sorts of different picks that can sort of act as a stonewall. Because everyone thought going into the tournament that Aimbolg might be the weak link in Bernpup's draft or in his team, but he's definitely proven that he can hold his own. Especially in their quarterfinals match against Eating Beans' team, where they have the best AD carry in the tournament from Blank, and he was able to go 9-1 on the Swain and just completely be a very impactful force for the win. It means that I can't see Volta Nex and Weighted Pair overpowering the bot side like people think they might be able to.
Yeah, I'd agree. Okay, well, I think we are going to head into a break now for a few minutes just before Champ Select begins. Any final words there, Hi, before we head into the game?
All I'm saying is that if Imbolg shows, I'm pretty sure Imbolg will show up big in this finals. All I'm saying, if Imbolg does win, he's beaten Volta next year. He's beaten Annihilation. Who else has he beaten? He's beaten Blank.
Yeah.
I guess we just have to give this man EU West Superstars role in context if he wins this final. I honestly think it's only right.
That's fair, yeah. I mean, he's proven again another player role swaps AD carry and just sweeps through everything. Clearly an easy role. Anyway, Cyclist, quick, cut production quick before Blank gets.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final of the Rivalry Captain's Draft. We're looking to finally get into the game here with all the players in the lobby ready to start this champ select in just a couple of seconds. I am Whymsy. Alongside me for this finals best of 5 is Xenolot. We're ready to go into picks and bans for the first game here, and I'm super excited for this one because these are teams who I think, obviously, we've watched their journey throughout the tournament. One coming in as the big favorites, as was mentioned on the analyst desk at the start of the tournament, whereas the other have come in as much more of a surprise package, but especially in the playoffs, have really proved their power and shown us exactly what they can do.
Yeah, LegendJerry just on paper is just one of the most well-balanced teams in the tournament. Was favored from their groups in which they didn't have the best of time. They did drop a couple games against teams that were unexpected, but Ian's team or Bernpup's team really in particular has just shown that they've really shown their stuff in a lot of the games where even the quote-unquote weaker members of the team have really popped off, and Niall in particular in that top lane has really shown himself as we are straight into picks and bans. And the first thing to note is that LegendJerry did pick blue side. They did have side selection and they chose blue.
Yep, they chose blue there. They also see a few account names that may be a little bit different, so that means we will be operating with placeholders. We'll try to get you as much information on that as possible as quickly as we can to start this draft. So quick look at the bans coming through. Garen expected, Udyr expected against LegendJerry. The Aurelia, though, a key pick for Ian, actually taken away by his team there, scared of it in the hands of Put Bacon on Vegan, so they wanted to deny that. Whereas the bottom side, you could see also the Diana being a ban here, I think, just trying to limit things a little bit, as well as Imbolg Swain, massive pop-off performance in the quarterfinal, or in the semi-final, I should say, and the Senna denial from that bot lane too.
Yeah, big pick that was that through. Will do we find out what that team was? Sorry. Seraphine. So the Seraphine first pick got through picks and bans, and the Mordekaiser immediately taken away for Niall as well. Both Niall and Platodig, not on Vegan, were staple of the Mordekaiser players here at the tournament. I think 11 games between the two of them. There, I believe, like 9 and 2 between the two of them as well. As the pick and bans, yeah, taking away the Senna and the Swain from Imbolg and SMB, whereas the Sivir, the other comfort pick for Imbolg, getting taken away. And as you said yourself, the Diana and the Aurelia taken away. Ian has not won a game if it's not on either Aurelia or Diana this tournament. So it'll be really interesting to see what they take.
Yeah, I think the Aurelia is specifically a big one for Ian. 8-2 on the champion coming into this match here, but he'll be on something different this time around. And the response will be the Hecarim and the Jinx for Team LegendJerry. 2 massive picks for them as they go for what's set up to be a pretty standard start. They could put the Jinx Seraphine bot lane. There is obviously the option if you want to put the Seraphine in the mid. Would fit in with LegendJerry's playstyle as that more comfortable option. But now looking to see what the response is here from Team Bernpup to round it out. And that is a Gangplank taken.
It could be a Mordekaiser jungle, actually, and Niall, whose other comfort pick beyond the Mordekaiser, is the GP. So I actually think that Mordekaiser, instead of the GP mid into Ian, I believe it could be the Mordekaiser for Bernpup. But I believe if LegendJerry's team are aware of that Bernpup, he's on Burn Cow, but we call him Bernpup, does play a lot of the weird champs. He's been playing the Morgana and the Darius, and the Mordekaiser now have all gotten that percentage buff. Mordekaiser didn't even get a percentage buff. The damage cap on his passive got completely removed. From the level 1 to 18, it used to scale, and now it's just flat, I believe, 180 from the passive on jungle camps at all levels. As we are seeing now SLB's champion pool get attacked, as well as the Morgana, so a lot of support picks taken away as we head into the second phase of pick ban. And you said yourself, the Jinx, a staple for Voltum next in that bot lane. We still don't know where the Seraphine is going.
It could Seraphine, be. Still another option in terms of where they flex that. The Victor will be taken here for Ian, so making sure they get that mid lane pick locked in, trying to leave open the support, give SLB a few options in response, just so they have full information in that area. I think Ian's champion pool is pretty squeezed anyway. You could see that Team LegendJerry left alone with the Rel and the Alistair being taken away. Last few picks to come through now in what maybe these solo lanes. The Malphite top for Put Bacon on Vegan, a little bit more of a tank top lane player than he's been primarily opting for in this tournament, but with no Aurelia, no Mordekaiser, no Yone available, he's kind of forced into that role here. He's been doing okay on the Malphite so far, and certainly will contribute to what is already set up to be a massive team fight composition. We'll see what the 5th pick is to round it out. It will be the Leona, so it's Seraphine mid facing off against Ian and the Victor.
Yeah, all on that Jinx for LegendJerry's composition. They all want to jump in, everything defensive or tank based or even utility based for the Seraphine. I do worry about LegendJerry's comp. If Voltum next ever missteps on that Jinx, we're already seeing potential issues, as they will just severely start to lack damage as the final pick comes in for
so that's
Rakan.
That was Rakan to finish off the draft here. I'm looking through the long list of champions that SLB has played in this tournament, and I'm not seeing a Rakan, so it's going to be another first from here, unless I am fully misreading kind of what he's played so far. But yeah, I mean, that's an engaged pick that could potentially get onto the Jinx, punish it, set up a lot of the rest of the team to pile on in and try take down Voltum next. Like you said, he's going to be relied on heavily to pump out the damage for his team in this game, and if they lose him, as we've kind of seen for these single carry comps throughout the tournament, things can very quickly start to fall apart.
Yeah, beyond the Seraphine as well, they don't actually have anyone that wants to really sit on the Jinx and protect her. The Leona kind of wants to go in, the Hecarim wants to go in, even the top lane now, I've forgotten. Sorry, it was the top lane pick for Bacon. Malphite wants to go in as well.
Yeah.
None of them really want to sit and protect the Jinx. So Voltum next is a little bit weaker. It is a good front line in theory, but as I said, Voltum next could just be sitting there wanting, but it is, or sitting there unprotected, but it is a lot of comfort, I think, for the side of Bernpup's team. We'll see how that Mordekaiser is. The Mordekaiser in the jungle, I think, is the big question mark. That being said, that Malphite versus GP matchup in the top lane is really interesting. You know what the Malphite wants to do. He wants to get that Pokemon down and just make GP's life a misery for the first couple levels in the top lane, but once that GP starts to build into the Essence Reaver build, starts to get the Sheen procs, starts to be able to sustain out past the Seismic Shards poke from that Malphite, especially with the Grasp of the Undying procs from the party. We'll see how the top lane develops and if Niall can weather the early storm.
Yep.
As I do expect Lush to pay a couple of visits to the top lane, try and make sure that Niall doesn't have a free lane. The last couple of times I've seen Niall on that GP, maybe negative win rate on it, but I think it's 2-3 on the champion overall. He really has been on an island, which you don't want to do against a GP. You want to set him back. You want to make sure that even if it does get to the late game, that he still doesn't have that 3-4 item power spike where he just will start to tear apart the team.
Yeah, the barrels pumping out the damage here, and will be nasty. There's a lot of options, I think, for Team Bernpup in this game in terms of how they play these fights. It's obviously not necessarily the traditional big AoE CC ultimates that have been drafted nearly across the board for Team LegendJerry in this game, but still, I mean, it's a lot of damage that they can get in a lot of places, and Infernal Drake services this comp very well, or Infernal Soul, I should say, if that happens to pop up, and it's certainly something that they will have their eyes on. And in that note, they'll be opting to try wrestle control of this bot lane. Also, once again, I think as the Analyst Desk mentioned, Bernie bringing up the Dark Technology. I'm excited to see the Mordekaiser in this game against a very traditional jungler in the Hecarim this tournament. Third game now in a row that we've seen kind of Bernie take one of these junglers that has been a beneficiary of the recent changes that have allowed more champions to go into the jungle here. And just I think spicy across the board. I think that I'm trying to think of how these comps work in terms of scaling, because obviously with the team fight, the Wombo Combo S comp, there's always the opportunity that you find that big comeback. If you get that one big team fight around an objective, that could get you out of a pretty massive hole.
Yeah, I think one of the key factors is I think if this does go to late, I think it benefits Bernpup's team a lot more. I think the control that Victor and GP give with the lasers and the barrels just completely counteracts what the Malphite, Hecarim, and Leona in particular want to do. They want to jump onto them, but once the Victor and GP start pumping out that damage, it's going to start to really hurt no matter how many tank items you're building. And particularly, I think weighted pair on that Leona, where he's going to maybe want to opt into... He can't really fully opt into tank as Hecarim and Malphite can do. He will start to get blown up really quickly, especially in that mid game. And another, I think the Mordekaiser pick in particular is really strong. Beyond Fulton next on that Jinx, anyone he pulls into that death round is getting 1v1. They just will not be able to out-sustain Bernpup, as Mordekaiser does have that natural sustain, so I think he'll just be able to just tear apart anyone he gets into that death room. As we are going to wait for the spectator delay, so...
Yep, I accidentally muted myself on Discord there. We are going to go to a quick break. Tenant production quality on my end. We're going to go to a quick break as we get ready for this first game. We'll be back in just under 3 minutes to bring you game 1 of this best of 5 final. See you in a few. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of this best of 5 final between Team LegendJerry, the pre-tournament favorites, and Team Bernpup, who've had to fight their way back into contention here and have managed to do it all the way through to this final. One more test. And you could see the form that these guys are in. The Analyst Desk across the board had them favored in terms of predictions. And I know, Xenolot, we were kind of discussing it on the caster desk before we get into it. You had them favored as well. You're a big believer in the form that Team Bernie are in.
Yeah, I just think, as I said, as you were saying, LegendJerry on paper, the most well-rounded of the teams throughout the comp, and it's shown that through by just them getting through to finals. But form, I think, is massive, and at this point, the weak side, the potential weak champs or weak players of the side of Bernpup have just shown that they aren't all that weak and that they can't be run over. It's particularly just looking at ranks of Imbolg and Ian, who Imbolg in the semi-final had a great series, and Ian, mostly on that Aurelia, he's gotten multiple solo kills on people who should, in theory, be much better than him. But being off that Aurelia, as I said, if it's not on the Aurelia or the Diana, he has yet to get a win in this tournament. So if he can keep on form where he can keep even and just do what the team needs him to do, which is just scale to... It's a lot sooner now on the Victor. It's almost, I think it's only about 25 minutes where Victor really starts to get strong. But if he can do so, then Bernpup's team is in a really good state.
Yeah, certainly. Victor, still a potent champion here. Not really what we've seen in Ian's wheelhouse, but maybe he can show something spicy here in game one. Both junglers starting on that bottom side of the map, so they'll have an eye towards the top lane here, and like it's very important to stress the importance of that 1 versus 1. Put Bacon on Vegan and Niall, two huge performers for their team. And while Niall's on the gangplank, a fairly decent carry pick he's been going throughout the tournament, Put Bacon on Vegan here on tank duty in game 1, bringing out the Malphite, which may affect the approach that Team LegendJerry will go to relative to how they usually execute strategy in these games.
Yeah, LegendJerry, this is actually a comp I'm actually a little bit familiar with. This is something they pulled out against my own team in the group stages, where they just did all that focus on Jinx, where their whole identity as a team is to just rely on Voltum next, let him do as much damage as possible, just protect him at all costs. But that being said, I'm still worried about that lack of actual direct protection. In that game, there was a little bit more defensive and utility based stuff, like the Sejuani was present and the Scion, rather than the very obvious Malphite where he just wants to use that unstoppable force in. And put Bacon on Vegan being on that Malphite duty is a bit worrying. He doesn't get to show or flex his potential superiority in that top lane. I think they're very much a handshake and an acknowledgement of Niall's skill and the fact that he won't be able to run over him on any of the more aggressive picks, as Niall is actually already surviving that lane fairly well. He's backed and gotten the call rather than waiting for that 700 gold sheen, but was able to crash the wave, is already getting a slight CS lead. If Popeykin on Vegan can't get that lead early, then I think Niall will still really start to become scary on that GP.
Yeah, he's happy to just farm for as long as he can. Speaking of farming up though, Voltum next with the push in that bot lane here. You mentioned earlier that the comp for Team LegendJerry is all about him in this game, the big damage source for his team. And I think while maybe previously himself and Weighted Pair would have been looking at the opposing duo lane, kind of eagerly awaiting the chance to make some plays to get ahead and really get this Jinx farmed, we have now seen Imbolg and SLB put in huge shifts in this tournament, really step up for their team. And Voltum next and Weighted Pair, as well as the rest of Team LegendJerry, are really going to have to respect the Sivir and the Rakan in this game and make sure that, especially the AD carry for Team Bernpup, is accounted for.
Yeah, Imbolg, he's never really direct hard carried. He's never 1v5 the game, but what he's done is with that Swain and that Sivir, his 2 own comfort picks, as we see a possible engage in the bot lane. But it is just a little bit of poke. But the Swain and the Sivir, what he does is he just uses those champs as utility or as a front line in the fact of the Swain for his team. The Swain, it's a pick people are annoyed at, that bot laners fear in lane, as once that E hits, you just tend to get chunked with the electrocute proc and lose a 30 or HP throughout the lane. But later in the game, it becomes an incredible frontline through that sustained healing, especially if it's the only healing on the team. And the same with the Sivir ult in particular, with the On the Hunt, just being able to boost your team, get them out of sticky situations, get them into great ones where they can capitalize on a mistake a lot easier, especially when it goes into the later parts of the game and Sivir starts to, especially with that Vitality build where they start to get a lot of ability haste and it becomes a 30-40 second cooldown. And especially against Legendary's comp where they want to engage on them as well. I think Imbolg will be looking to use that to get his team out of a lot of unfavorable situations.
Yep. Yeah, looking to use the flexibility of the Sivir ult in this time. We already see some moves being made towards this first Drake here, so the junglers have been just farming up entirely, both trying to get to level 6 as quickly as possible before they really attempt to make any plays. The Mordekaiser was clearing quite quickly, just tripping myself over in the first game. Good start. But yeah, for now, they've lost prio bot side. This should actually be a nice early Cloud pickup here for Team LegendJerry. While the Solon itself gives a small little boost, a little bit of time off the ultimates, getting themselves stacking towards that early Drake will be important. And especially if they can develop a lead in the bot lane as well, they will be in a great position to continue that ball rolling. The Drake's obviously a massive thing here. So Ocean second, so we're either getting a Mountain or Infernal this game. I think the Infernal is definitely something to keep an eye on should that come up.
Yeah, I would have been really interested in, funnily enough, an Air Soul in this game, as I think the GP ult, as we see a fight in the bot lane.
Yeah, Weighted Pair looking for the engage, a bit of damage onto Imbolg, but Voltum next not in a great position to follow up with this support and actually takes a heap of damage from those boomerang blades on the way back. So we've seen the Leona try to play aggressive, but against the Sivir Rakan, it's tough to really find a favorable engage in this 2v2.
Yeah, it always looks great with the Leona and the Jinx. They'll always have the great initial damage, as once Leona gets that CC in. But Sivir will, with those boomerang blades in particular, as she already has the Caulfield's Warhammer, will get that lower cooldown. Will start to bully out Voltum next, and I think what Imbolg wants to do on the Sivir is similar to what more poke-based champion like Varus will want to do, just chip away at them with the abilities as they try and walk out, or as they try and get some poke down on before the engage. But we did see that Drake go over. As I said, I would have liked to see an Air Soul with the Cannon Barrage in particular. I think something I haven't mentioned yet is the On the Hunt with the Cannon Barrage, as if the Cannon Barrage comes down and manages to zone off Voltum next or Weighted Pair or any of the backline, and lets Bernpup's team able to just freely hit the front line, that's another really scary combo. But as you said, Ocean Drake is next. The Earth Drake, as I said, Legendary's team is a lot of frontline. If an Earth Drake comes through with bonus, as we see a fight
engage bot lane, the quickness is used. Solar Flare popping response, but the Cannon Barrage to aid there means there's no way out for Voltum next. And first blood of the series going over to Imbolg once again. Team Bernie's AD carry set for a great series if he keeps this up.
Yeah, the combo I mentioned just earlier, compounded on with the quickness, but the On the Hunt and the Cannon Barrage, as well as the Rakan, just an incredible combo, able to catch Voltum next just out of place. And we saw what happened, that Weighted Pair on that Leona was able to get the stuns out, but just wasn't able to defend the Jinx, as but Bacon on Vegan doing a lot of damage to Nile in that top lane. Oh,
ooh, nice flash from Nile there. However, he hangs a little bit too close, and despite getting away from the ultimate, just offers over the kill. Put Bacon on Vegan, turning his fortunes around just a little bit, grabbing himself a 1v1 kill.
Yeah, Niall hasn't gotten any of that health or magic resist yet, so Put Bacon on Vegan just still able to poke him down, especially in those earlier levels where he's yet to look for, or yet to get the health build. The Rift Herald did go over to Bernpup. He did immediately pop it, get the solo gold himself, as Lush is looking for something bot lane. They did clear that control ward that was sitting.
He sees the Mordekaiser topside. Solar Flare will be used, but the Hecarim can't get in position, choosing to hold the onslaught of shadows, and SLB Imbog will avoid getting caught out.
Yeah, SLB still had that flash up. Imbog was able to use the spell shield to stop the solar flare as the Omni Hunt is popped, and we see another fight.
Yeah, the ultimate's coming out here, and a lot of damage onto weighted pair. These bot lanes going at it as Boltum next and weighted pair try to get themselves back into this one. They know they need the Jinx in a good position here, and Lush has adapted playing a lot around this bot side, making sure they have control. That second Drake is spawning in a little under a minute as well, so the more advantage and priority they can get in that bot lane, the better.
Yeah, we see once again the same story as we saw in the previous fight, where after the initial engage from weighted pair, Imbolg and SLB just looking to kite it out and then poke, particularly Voltum next down as he tries to back out. Interesting to note that the On the Hunt will be back up for the next Drake. However, the flash and the heal on Voltum next will not be up. Neither will the flash on Imbolg. And also importantly is the TP was used by Put Bacon on Vegan, whereas Niall will have that TP and the Cannon Barrage. So I don't expect LegendJerry's team to contest this, especially since LegendJerry himself on that Seraphine is also not quite hitting that first item, doesn't quite have the Moonstaff. As we see Put Bacon and Vegan trying to make sure Niall can't freely TP or freely use that Cannon Barrage, still trying to get those seismic shards on. The Drake, they are posturing for it, but it should just
Lush
go over.
is going to pop the E, but walks into a bunch of crowd control and actually getting jumped on as well. They might find themselves a Hecarim instead. He's going to ult out, however, weighted pair jumped in, sets up the encore for LegendJerry. They will get the first kill of the fight onto Ian, looking for number 2 onto Sivir as well, and they will drop Imbog. SLB, the third casualty of the fight. Bernie trying to do what he can in the backside. He drops the opposing jungler, make that 2, but he can't get 3 for himself, as eventually he will fall to Boltum next as well. That's a 4-for-2 in the bot lane, and the first big win of the game for Team LegendJerry.
Yeah, that looks so good, especially when Lush as Niall just going to get solo killed again by Put Bacon and Vegan in the top side. That seismic shard poke just coming out too much, but going back to the Drake fight as is pulled up. You see, very scary. The smite comes out early. I think it might have been, it was Lush's smite, and does have to use the onslaught of shadows out, but Bernpup pulled Lush on that Hecarim into the death realm, but it did mean the rest of his team was left in no man's land, as the double support, the Leona and the Seraphine, just proved too much. They were able to CC down, lock down Ian, Imbog, and SLB, and particularly Ian on that Victor, just right now just lacking the damage, doesn't have the upgrades, doesn't have the items to really back it up. And Voltum next coming out of that fight, 3-1, now 300 gold shutdown, is 800 gold now ahead of Imbog as well. And a great fight for the side of LegendJerry.
Yeah, that was exactly what the doctor ordered, I think, for Team LegendJerry, and they're looking to see if they can grab another prescription here as Lush trying to make a play in the bot side, but once again, the escapability of the Sivir and the Rakan will deny that from going through. So yeah, once again, this focused bot side is definitely very present for Team LegendJerry, but finding those kills onto the Jinx now, they can breathe a little bit easier. They know that Voltum next is now in a position where he's primed to carry this game with the advantage he has.
Yeah, and a weakness I haven't mentioned, but or didn't really acknowledge, is the fact that without Bernpup on that Mordekaiser, the rest of his team is lacking a decent front line. If weighted pair and Put Bacon on Vegan do get on them and the encore comes down from LegendJerry, they are susceptible to being CC'd down, as even though Bernpup does have the Nashor's Tooth, the first build, as we see the encore.
Yeah, Put Bacon on Vegan was moving down to that mid lane, and the 2 ultimates are used to get that kill. Teleport from the Gangplank a little bit too late. However, Bernie thinks he has the fight. He's going to pull Lush into the Death Realm. And we saw the Mordekaiser win this 1v1 last time. Lush just running for his life until that time's out. And now they're going to see if they can get another kill onto Bernie here. Counter Barrage is dropped, but it's not enough to save the jungler as another kill goes over. Looking for Null to make it number 3, and Lush will follow with the E. May give his life over as SLB will lock him under the tower and trade one back. But even so, Team LegendJerry beginning to find themselves more and more on point in these fights. And Voltum next flashing to try and get a kill at the Imbolg here. The Sivir will flash away just to keep himself alive, so no more going over, but still a fairly big win in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Super Mega Death Rocket is available. It's gonna try and base snipe Imbolg. But no, Bernie's gonna block it, sorry, as the replay comes through. And yeah, the initial fight looked good for Bernpup's team, as LegendJerry and Ian first traded ults, but LegendJerry was CC'd down, and Bernpup did arrive in, try and get that, turn the fight in, but with that unstoppable force, just taking out Ian well before the fight happened, it made it a 3v2. And then SLB did pick up that kill after the fact, but LegendJerry's team very happy with that trade nonetheless, as a lot of gold went over to, in particularly, LegendJerry, who will be able to get those support items now a lot quicker, as what should be the low economy mid lane, or the low item build mid lane, the Seraphine already has that Moonstone. Will probably look to get that Staff of Flowing Water, but is well on her way to the Seraph's Embrace. That being said, she already picked up, in fact, the Oblivion Orb, and is sitting on an Amp Tome, as well as a Dark Seal, so not really sure what the early opting into the healing reduction is. Maybe they're just that afraid of Bernpup pulling Seraphine into the Death Realm, as we do see a potential Death Brush as the third Drake spawns. It is an Earth Soul.
Yeah.
So very valuable.
Setup being put in here by Team Bernpup, just trying to move themselves as far forward as they can. They don't really have the priority in the mid lane, as Ian's been pushed back under his tower, and they're struggling to find any avenues in these fights against the big team fight tools. Just nothing coming up, and put Bacon on Vegan as teleport as well to aid his team out here. SLB forced to go over the wall with the grand entrance and relinquish control of this Drake pit. It's a little bit of a slow take here, as I think that a Team LegendJerry trying to fish for any sort of fight that they can get for themselves, but they will just take the Drake as it's offered up to them there. Teleport is coming through as well, just they really want to try to start a fight, but not really in a great position there for Put Bacon on Vegan. However, they get a Drake. They'll be happy with that. 2-1 up now on that score.
Yeah, Niall did get a little bit of free farm for the free time in that top lane, which is much needed. He is 2 levels behind Put Bacon on Vegan, but he will get the first turret, so some extra goals. And despite the 2 solo kills going over towards Put Bacon on Vegan, he still is 800 gold behind that GP, as we see fights in the top lane.
Does have backup here. They're going to jump onto Niall and probably drop this Gangplank before Bernie can really impact the fight. However, he's looking to see if he can solo out Lush in the Death Realm here, flashing over the wall, forcing it to Hecarobles, and Lush has managed to create enough space to escape when the mortal time's off. However, I'm not sure Put Bacon on Vegan can take that fight either. He's going to have to back off of it, as Bernie's still a very intimidating presence. But once again, getting to the play first, finding the pick, another kill on the board for Team LegendJerry. Maybe looking for number 2, as they have managed to CC up the Mordekaiser and drop him down. Volta next on a rampage. Team LegendJerry not missing a beat.
Yeah, Niall just getting caught out again in the top side, but this time, whereas the 2 solo kills maybe a little unexpected, he was in no man's land, as once he got that first turret, he knew that the rest of LegendJerry's team had to be rotating topside to pick up that wave or even the Rift Herald. So to be walking into that blue side, we saw he just ran straight into the Hecarim, got caught out, and then Bernpup once again trying to save his solo laner, as he did the same for Ian in that mid lane, but getting caught out and punished for it. And again, a little questionable just by Bernpup to roam back down towards mid lane, as we did see that LegendJerry and Weighted Pair were both in the mid lane, as well as Voltum next would have been hanging by. So to go bot side, or to go towards the mid lane instead of back towards his topside's turret that was still standing up, bit questionable, but yeah, another good win for LegendJerry.
Yeah, Team LegendJerry We said there were some question marks at the start of the game, but ever since they've been able to find those fights in the rivers, they've been able to land themselves in those skirmishes. They've been moving from strength to strength. They've been using the big team fight tools that were pointed out in their draft to make big plays, and it's offered them so much in terms of gold. Still behind though. They haven't really had the opportunity to. Well, actually, no, they're a little bit ahead. My connection was a little bit thing, so I had their gold a little bit down for me. But yeah, I mean, it's a little bit tighter than maybe they would want being 11-4 up, but there's a standing goal for them to take, and if they can really get themselves together and group up towards these towers, start knocking them down, get that outer ring, then they could really accelerate that goal lead, put them in a good position, because right now, when it comes to these big fights, there's seemingly very few opportunities for Team Bernpup to find any sort of counterplay against the engage and crowd control across the board that Team LegendJerry is bringing in.
Yeah, the name of the game is just too many tools for Legendary, on Legendary's side for Burnpup's team to deal with, as the quickness comes in. We're seeing a fight in the
big grand entrance from SLB to set things up. However, once again, the counter engage from weighted pair to lock up the back line. Unstoppable force as well. Just going to slow things down, but not a lot of damage coming through as Birdie's managed to shut down the Jinx. And this could be the fight for his team. He will give over his life. And LegendJerry just pumping out the damage on the Seraphine. They drop the gangplank here. Ian trying to do something. He'll find one before he falls. It's a double kill for LegendJerry's Seraphine. And once again, even with their Jinx going down at the start of the fight, Team LegendJerry have enough to take the win.
Yeah, that looked big again. Another looked what seemed great fight for Burnpup's team. Burnpup had the initial death realm cancelled. I think it was on to maybe put bacon on vegan. It was cancelled, but it meant he could just use it on the Jinx. Was able to 1v1 her in the death realm. But LegendJerry in particular pumping out so much damage on that Seraphine. He did have the Seraph's Embrace finished for that fight, so he did have a deceptive amount of damage on that Seraphine. And again, Ian is still looking to scale up on that Victor. Just looking now at the stacks, as I'm not sure if it's bugged, but it's not telling me he has anything upgraded, but he should, as he has 179 CS. But yeah, and the Imbolg and Ian were just able to be run down by Lush and put bacon on vegan on that Hecarim and Malphite. And we saw almost the ideal fight for Burnpup's team, as we're looking at another fight potentially around Drake.
Death Realm not up. Bernie could have sniped Lush, which would have made this Drake opportunity for Team LegendJerry a whole lot trickier. He will be able to make it away, not caught up by the Mordekaiser just yet, as once again, these teams' posture, you would imagine that the focus will be on dropping that Jinx yet again, but they still have to keep an eye now on LegendJerry Seraphine. Such a big player in these team fights that Encore set the rest of his team up for so much damage. And the tentativeness, you could see it in Team Burnpup. They're just trying to find the right way to force an engage here, and they're actually going to find themselves engaged on. Lush will jump in, but the Hecarim goes down to start the fight here. And put bacon on vegan very low as well. The Malphite trying to run away, but will be shut down. A lot of AoE damage onto the backline, but it's not enough. A double kill comes through. And this time, they're the ones not able to start the fight, but they turn it around. A clean ace, completely against the run of play for Team Burnpup.
Yeah, that fight was just out of nowhere. It just almost immediately, Lush and Weighted Pair had just gone down, as we saw the on the hunt trigger pulled, and they were just able to run at them. And Burnpup in particular was just able to pull the Malphite into the death realm, get him 1v1 down. But that wasn't the initial play. He was actually just able to take Lush out of the fight almost immediately. He did so much damage in the early fight, and they are able to take the Drake and the Baron, as we will be waiting for that replay. But in particular, Drake going over, as actually we'll look at the replay now that it's pulled up, as yeah, Lush using that unstoppable onslaught in, and the Encore only landing onto Ian. But the quickness in particular as well, coming out from SLB, got onto Weighted Pair, Voltimnex and LegendJerry, and they just felt the need to run out, but it meant they weren't doing the damage that let Burnpup on that Mordekaiser just do the damage he pleased. And yeah, and a really good cannon barrage as well, coming out right on top of everyone, packed with the quickness. And yeah, just a great this time a great fight for the side of Burnpup.
Yeah, ability to disrupt the backline from SLB there, just working wonders for them, despite the crowd control hitting on some of the members of Team Bernpup's backline. Just no damage really following it up, and as a result, managing to keep everyone alive. Baron buff on 5 people is a massive swing. They are now nearly 3,000 gold ahead just off the back of that play. They've evened up the score in souls as well, so any potential soul is quite a ways off, and maybe looking for more here as Weighted Pair has overstepped just a little bit. Tries to use a solar flare to slow things down as he waits for backup from the rest of his team, and actually SLB's been moved forward here, trying to dash away. Will put bacon on Vegan, presses or drops the Rakan, finds himself a double as he shuts down Imbog as well. Bernie's able to drop 1, drop 2 as the Mordekaiser goes into stasis here, but as soon as he comes out, he is likely going to find himself going down here as the Jigs will fire away. It's a 3 for 3 at the moment. Eon now seeing if he can burst out both them next before he falls down. Eon, they're so close to being able to make the play, but it was a 4v5. Null just split pushing in the side lane the whole time, and he's going to try get himself an inhib tower.
Yeah, that was a pick by the side of Bernpup's team, but that goes against what their team comm wants to do. We saw it at the Drake fight where they want to stack all their abilities on top of each other. The On the Hunt, the quickness with the cannon barrage all on top of LegendJerry's team means they get disrupted. They want to run out, but then get trapped by the quickness and the On the Hunt. But that pick onto Weighted Pair turning against Bernpup as Niall throughout the whole thing had the cannon barrage. He had it for about the last 10 seconds of the fight and cast it very late. It was well before Ian had died. I believe Weighted Pair and Fulton next, and even Bernpup was still alive when it was off cooldown. I'm not sure how long it was off beforehand, but it did come out very late. If it had come out earlier, it could have meant a clean 4 for 3 for the side of Bernpup's team, but Niall, he didn't quite get the inhib turret, but did get that free farm, that free CS, as overall the goal lead is maintained for the side of Bernpup's team, as Bernpup again looking to catch Weighted Pair.
I think Weighted Pair, he is looking like he's overextended, but he's never truly alone. There's always a Malphite close by. However, I think now for Team LegendJerry, the alarm bells have to be ringing. Where in the early game, you were taking these fights quite convincingly. You were using your AoE crowd control to just completely wipe Team Bernpup off the face of the map. Now you're just after only getting an even fight out of a 4v5. The damage is coming through here, and now actually Leona this time has no backup. This time will be dropped without any response from Team LegendJerry, and Team Bernpup looking to see if they can get even more as they hunt down into the opposite jungle. Not able to get their hands on anyone else, but another pick establishes more control on this bottom side of the map. They're the ones primed to gap themselves Drake number 3 in just a few seconds.
Yeah, Weighted Pair maybe looking for the flank, but you cursed him with saying he was never overextended or never out of place, but that time he was. And in contrast to the mid lane fight where we saw Bernpup try and go on him, he had his team just under the turret. It was not so far away from his still standing outer mid lane turret, but this time just in no man's land and caught out in vision, and we saw the On the Hunt and the quickness just immediately managed to run him down, and he was had no hope of escaping, especially without that flash up. And seeing Niall and Ian getting those backs in, getting those buys in as they do prep for the next Earth Drake. Every Earth Drake on Ian's team is a denial from LegendJerry's, as Bernpup fighting in the river.
Going to start the fight here. Pops the Death Realm here to try to see if he can get himself a kill in the backup. Now coming through from SLB, but he's only going to really get onto Leona. Weighted Pair with the counter engage. However, they've walked into the choke, and they're taking so much AoE damage. They lose both members of their bot lane here, and SLB following up to set up for even more. Put bacon on Vegan at the front will be the next victim of the fight. A 3 for 0 as Team Bernpup keep winning fight after fight.
Yeah, and the Death Realm again coming out big. Put bacon on Vegan into the Death Realm, and just to survive, he used the Unstoppable Force to avoid Bernpup. And another key ultimate in that of the Encore. LegendJerry did try, we'll see it here, but he did try and use that Encore on Weighted Pair to extend the duration, but as he used that send up blade in, see the initial pick off by Bernpup, just immediately pulling Put Bacon and Vegan in, just has him trapped in the Death Realm. And look, the Encore, the Zenith Blade from Weighted Pair meant it didn't hit him. It didn't get the extended duration, wasn't able to hit the back line. of Bernpup's team. So it meant 2 big ultimates were misused, and panicking almost from LegendJerry, as we see the siege now in the bot lane, and Imbolg just popping on the hunt just to before the turret
Oh.
even falls.
That is a very deep TP from the Malphite here, and SLB going to actually see if he can find the fight for himself. The Jinx is gone immediately, and the damage has been cut away from Team LegendJerry's comp. They lose their Leona as well. Lush finds himself once again staring down the Mordekaiser and falling down to the Mordekaiser. 3 kills before the Malphite can even get to the fight. No chance for Team LegendJerry to find that play there.
Yeah, an slight early chase by the side of LegendJerry's team. The Malphite was flanking in, and I don't believe Burnpup's team had vision of it. Maybe I find it unlikely that someone just happened to pan the camera right on top of the TP, but they did not have the wards there. They were on the bot side, but none in the river itself. So SLB pulling that trigger with the quickness, didn't even have the on the hunt to boost him up, just immediately able to lock down LegendJerry's team. I think it was onto the Jinx herself who stepped up that little bit too far. But again, Bernpup or Bacon and Vegan not able to use that Malphite in any way to help his team, as wasn't there for the fight, and the ultimates were back up for the side of Bernpup's team. And I said it earlier, but anyone who gets pulled into that death realm, especially now by that Mordekaiser, is just waiting for death.
Yep, this 9-kill Mordekaiser is dropping whoever he grabs with that ultimate at this point. A huge tool in these fights. We see him either denying engages, using it to just remove Voltum next from existence before he has a chance to have any sort of impact here. Going against Bernie is proving to be a very tough task right now. They're going to try jump on him and see if they can knock him down, but the stasis is there, and SLB going to look for the counter engage. They're all stood up right at Eon's face as he heaps out the AoE damage. 2 members already dead, and Bernie looking to make it as many more as possible here. Double kill for the Mordekaiser. Voltum next, trying to kite it out, but the flash Q from Nile will ensure there's no escape for the AD carry there. Once again, the ace for Team Bernpup, and they're going towards the base. They're going to try end this game now.
Yeah, they're gonna not opt to go for the Baron, though. They're actually gonna look for the end. They have that minion wave just crashing into bot lane, no turret to kill it, as they had taken that earlier, so they'll get the inhib. We'll see if they can finish the game. Weighted Pair is up in 7, but he can't do much by himself. And Lush also up in 10 now. But it looks like that will be game, as another clean fight. Imbolg this time went down, but it was almost the 4th fight, I think, in a row for the side of Bernpup's team where they didn't lose a member, and the first game goes over to the side of Bernpup.
A big performance for them in that first game. Things looked like it was a little bit tricky early on. They found themselves 11-4 down in kills, but cleaning up a bit of early gold in terms of grabbing those towers, and then eventually just being able to find the right ways to deal with the engages that were coming their way, find a couple of key picks for themselves. Worked out fantastically. And I mean, credit there, obviously a QQ performance. You could see the Mordekaiser damage coming out that game. SLB with the big performance as well. This is the team that we saw in the form that they were in that semi-final game.
Yeah, it was this time. It was, yes, Bernpup did a lot of damage, but he was pulling the tanks in quite a bit. It was particularly Lush and Bacon and Vegan on that Malphite and Hecarim, so we do expect him to have the most damage. But it felt like Bernpup's team were just that much more of a team than LegendJerry's side. Every fight they took, they fought as a fight, and while they were losing the first couple, they were able to keep calm, keep in the game, know they were still in the game, but they were able to just wait for their power spikes, wait to finally get that perfect team fight where they stacked all the ultimates, the cannon barrage, the quickness, and were just able to pull those triggers on that team fights and turn them in their favor.
Yep, so it is Team Bernpup who strike first blood in this best of 5 final. We are going to step away for the moment. We'll be back with the Analyst Desk to break down the results of that first game, so make sure you guys stick around.
Hello, welcome back to the Analyst Desk. What a banger of a game one, I think, say the least there. Bit of a comeback going out from Bernie's team. What do you think, Kai?
Well, honestly, that early game that LegendJerry's team had, Cormac getting 2 solo kills in the top lane, LegendJerry getting a lot of kills early, Voltimnex also three kills, I think, 3-4 kills. Like it was pretty much set in stone that that team was going to win. Like, how do you like kill a fed Jinx at that team comp? But as you know, as we've seen, it's just clearly not the case. And Bernie's team somehow managing to pull through and actually managing to pull a clutch fight for themselves. So I think the fight where the game all turned around was at the 3rd or 4th dragon fight.
Yeah.
Where Bernie actually managed to pull Malphite into the death realm before he managed to get his ult off. So he didn't get to hit anyone with that massive, but actually potentially massive Malphite R. That actually managed to turn into their favor. SLB getting a nice charm onto Jinx, bringing her into range. And of course, Jinx couldn't get out of the fight because she had no summons. So once she tried to start hitting the backline, Bernie coming out with like a lot of stats on the Malphite, like a lot of armor, unable to kill, and that's just pretty much how the game kind of snowballed in Bernie's favor.
Yeah. I mean, when we were watching the game, we saw the early lead come out for LegendJerry's team. I think all three of us were in agreement that they had the superior comp, and I mean, look, we just see just massive outplay after outplay. They're winning fights. Big plays from individual players. I mean, as you mentioned, Bernie pulling Malphite into the Mordekaiser ult before he can manage to get off his big team fight ult, and leaving Jinx kind of isolated. Now, if we look at the drafts, though, I know Curtis was not a big fan of a bit of the draft done by Bernie's team. Could you elaborate on that one, Curtis?
Yeah, just looking at the first half of the draft, R1, R2, R3, I wasn't really convinced that this was going to be the winning side. You show the Mordekaiser early, that's your flex. But then they brought in the Gangplank on R3, so that really showed that it was going to be the Mordekaiser jungle. But then it turns out none of that mattered. Because I like you said before, I thought Jerry's team, they got like the Exodia comp. They got more or less everything they wanted with the Jinx mid, or the Jinx ADC, the Seraphine mid, and then you've got Hecarim Malphite for big team fight damage.
Yeah,
But the Mordekaiser really doing well into those tanks. He thrives against tanks that can't really kill him, and he can stack up the passive with his and what's that item called? That legendary item that Riftmaker. So he can stack that. He can stack Conquer, and then whenever he pops out near Jinx a lot of the time, like the Jinxes didn't have the damage of the peel to be able to kill him.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm on Team LegendJerry, I'm quite concerned because to me, the comp they got is their best comp. Versus for Bernpup's team, they've shown flexibility with the Mordekaiser pick. They've shown Imbal isn't a 2-trick. They've shown they can beat the Seraphine, which is a big pick for blue side, I think. So, if you're LegendJerry's team, I'll throw this to High. What are you doing to fix your draft up here?
I think that draft wasn't the issue. I think it was more. It came down to the players' individual little like micros and little mishaps because a lot of the fights, Voltimnex was out of position, and I've seen him in a lot of these like fights and replays that he never really QSS anything significant. In the first fight, he didn't QSS the Rakan charm, he didn't QSS the Victor gravity field, and of course Mork got caught out a few times, which wasn't ideal. But it comes the comp. They can, as long as they can execute that comp again, I think it's fine. But they just need to play it near perfectly because you can't fuck up. Sorry, you can't mess up versus Bernie's team.
Okay, so you're saying execution, nothing else. Yes. They just have to play it back again. Right, we need to go to our break now. So on to game 2.
wanted to flame this.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are into picks and bans for the second game of this final. 1-0 to Team Bernpup. The overlay just a little bit off on that one, as they were the ones who managed to take that first game after falling a little bit behind earlier, but bouncing back in quite an emphatic fashion here. Now moving on to game 2, and I think we're definitely going to have to see some big changes coming out of the draft here for Team LegendJerry, and you can see it immediately that Mordekaiser, it's going to be first picked. They are not leaving their top laner in the situation that he was in last time.
Yeah, just getting the comfort pick for Putbig didn't have even a decent showing. Well, it got the solo kills on Nile early on, but particularly Bernpup as well, just being able to run over the game on the Mordekaiser himself as well, just means he has to get the first pick. But I think the Seraphine ban is the is the answer to that. I think they knew that the Mordekaiser would be first picked, and that not wanting to get the Seraphine as well themselves, they just decided to ban it rather than banning the Mordekaiser. But other than that, the bans not changing up, just that Seraphine being the only one introduced, as we see a very similar first two picked for Nile and Imbolg, as the GP and the Civ are already taken. But this time, the Udyr for Lush, as it did get through the pick bans this time, and they're hovering the Kaisa, but I'm
a little skeptical, because I mean, Team Bernpup is a team that plays the Seraphine. They're not exactly going to shy away from that champion, I would expect, but choosing to ban it away when you would anticipate the Mordekaiser first pick would come through, I mean, just pretty much makes that decision for their opponents. First, so Mordekaiser for Put on Vegan coming through this game. The response will be pretty much stopping up as many identical picks as they can last time. Gangplank, Sivir, Victor, all going to be repeats here for Team Bernpup in this second game. But you can see the dynamic immediately shifting. Lush is 3-0 on this Udyr so far in the tournament. Put Bacon on Vegan has a winning record on the Mordekaiser and is the carry kind of champion that he can have an impact on. And the Kaisa as well, a bit of a switch up here for Volt next, who may be a little bit less solely relied on here with the way his team is looking to draft so far.
Yeah, he was, as I said in the previous game, he was left by himself, both as the damage source, but also as the game went on in the team fights, and that spelled disaster for LegendJerry's team, as we see an almost identical first three picks for the side of Bernpup's team, as instead the Victor gets pulled early, and the support bans all coming out, but this time I think the Morgana is actually focused on Bernpup in that jungle rather than in the hands of SLB, as LegendJerry, we didn't reference it, but LegendJerry did take blue side again, so they wanted to take that first pick Mordekaiser. And I would have liked actually to see both the Seraphine and Aurelia get left through by the side of Bernpup, as if you know that Mordekaiser is going to get taken away, you could just first pick. You said it yourself, the Seraphine and the Aurelia for Ian, and either Imbolg or SMB, as Imbolg has played it himself in the bot side, but this time Rel taken for SLB.
Yep, Durrell will not be banned away from SLB this time, and if he was having a big performance on the Rakan this game, I'd be excited to see what he can do on the Rel here for Game 2. Echo the pick here, though, for Team LegendJerry. He's been on the more supportive champions for most of the tournament. We saw it in Game 1, but this time he's taken out one of his solo queue special picks here for Game 2. We'll get weighted pair back on the Leona as well, his most successful champion so far at this tournament, and very big switch up in dynamic here for Team LegendJerry to approach the second game.
And the Darius being hovered, the Darius will be really scary, I think, for LegendJerry's team, as a lot of melee, a lot of short range. Even the Kaisa is relatively short range, doesn't have that same range as the Xin Zhao actually gets picked up for Bernpup, and I honestly don't know what to think about that. He did get those changes recently where the W got increased, he's I think his cooldowns got changed as well, but a complete unknown to me in this Xin Zhao.
Yeah, definitely. Rudy has been grinding it out in solo queue. Had a quick peek at the op.gg, and the Xin pops up, so he definitely won't be unfamiliar. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be spicy, that jungle matchup. We've got 20 seconds before we go to the break. Xenolot, quick breakdown. Which composition do you prefer?
A lot of comfort for LegendJerry, and they do have that Mordekaiser now. But I think the Xin Zhao and the Rel in particular are deliberate picks for the side of Bernpup team, so I will give it over to Bernpup now for the initial analyzation of draft.
Xenolot has the belief in Team Bernie to go 2-0 here. We'll see if Team LegendJerry can fight back. Once again, we're going to go to a quick break as we move through the 3-minute delay timer. And when we're back, we'll be bringing you Game 2 of the final in just a few minutes. Game 2 of this best of 5. Oh, we gotta pause. All right. No big grandiose thing. I mean, it wouldn't be. I won't joke, but it's pretty stable. It's pretty standard.
If you look at the chat, Ian has actually beat you to it. Has said it wouldn't be an Irish game without the pause.
I mean, if he gets there first, then I mean, I'm not allowed to say it. He's won the race. GG, Ian. Yeah, I mean, so let's have a bit of a breakdown of this. We kind of flew through that draft a little bit. So, yeah, okay, we are on pause now. Now I can do my big intro. Game 2 now. Team Bernpup against Team LegendJerry. Team Bernpup coming out in Game 1, continuing their hot streak. And Game 2, they went for a pretty similar build, but I think just a few mix-ups at the end. The Rel now, big, heavy engaged champion, more familiar for SLB. And the Xin Zhao in the jungle for Bernie, who's just flying through these unique champions here. And I'm curious about how this goes with the composition. You were all hyped for the Darius, but I think you were saying over that 3-minute break that you're struggling to see how this Xin fits in as well when facing off against the enemy 5.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao is something I think almost fits what would have been the previous comp better for Bernpup's team, where if you had gotten onto that Jinx, who was so much focus of the damage as the rest of her team went in, that he would have been able to just get on top of her and blow her up with the assassin build is generally what Bernpup does go. He goes the Eclipse into the Bork, into the Sterix gauge. So that's generally the build of what you should be expecting for him. Be interested to see if he switches it up with some tank items, but it's just been so long since I've seen a Xin Zhao of decently high caliber. As you said, he did get those changes. He does have the Audacious Charge increase, length increase. I think it gets doubled if he hits a champion with his W, the wind becomes lightning. But as I said, unsure of how the Xin Zhao operates overall, as the bot lane and the mid lane matchups generally remain the same. Yes, the support got changed for SLB and the ADC got changed for Voltum next, so he will have an easier time on the Kai'Sa in lane than he will on the Jinx, as Kai'Sa is able to trade a bit better. But the real focus once again will be on that top and jungle, as I think now will have a better time against this Mordekaiser than he did the Malphite. He'll be less prone to getting poked out in the early. But everything will be on this Xin Zhao into the Udyr.
Well, just to throw back to that Game 1 a little bit, because in the early game, Niall was actually doing pretty well for himself. He was generating quite a CS lead, although we may have to hold this as an engage comes through. SLB going to jump in and immediately face a bit of CC. The Rel overstepping a little bit, forced to flash it away. Bolton next hanging in the trade, although he wants to watch out for himself, but the stun onto Imbull will put the saber under a ton of pressure. Burst blood to Voltum next as the bot lane for Team LegendJerry make their mark here at the start of Game 2.
Yeah, the rush level 2 for Voltum next and weighted pair, and anyone who's played bot lane knows that Leona level 2 is so scary with just any champ, as the double C, the root and the stun that the Leona can provide. And then especially, as I just said just a minute ago, that early Kai'Sa damage, a lot more so than the Jinx. But Imbolc and SLB were out until SLB used that mount back in, and Imbolc gets punished for it as well, just trying to get that trade out as Voltum next and weighted pair disengaged, but Voltum next with the weighted pair with the ignite from pair able to turn around and get that kill on Imbolc, and a really good positive first blood for the side of LegendJerry's team.
Yep. Last game, they were the ones giving over the first kill to that Saber. This time, they managed to pick off Imbolc and get themselves on the front foot for this 2v2. Just a lapse of judgment there, I think, from SLB. Like you said, jumping in, he was still level 1, and a weighted pair was pretty happy to just lay down the CC with the Rel and melee range. Not what you want to see here. However, topside though, the Zayn trying to make a play. We do see off-screen put bacon on Vegan's flash is blown. And I think the Xin will really need to extend that, try have as much of an early impact as possible. I'm not sure how he does in terms of farming against the Udyr. Speaking of which, Lush is going to see if he can get into the bot lane here, try and make a play happen here. Flash is traded across the board here as they keep SLB in place. The Saber trading a bunch of damage back around though, and it will force them to back off of the trade. Nice attempt there. Flash used by Lush, traded for Imbolc. but no kill coming through from that play made in the bot lane.
Yeah, it just Lush was spotted on the ward, but the wave initially was in a really bad spot for Imbolg. And we see another re-engage.
Yeah, re-entering the play there. Once again, a lot of damage onto the Silver. We know there's no souls, but Voltum next, just out of auto attack range. Can't hit the Void Seeker either to finish off that kill, but they are forcing the issue in this 2v2. And once again, the retreat is called by Imbolg and SLB as they have to back to get their help.
Yeah, Imbolg has to, despite it being about 10 creeps of XP and gold, has to get that back off as Weighted Pair has that ignite and the flash up, can just dive and make sure Imbolg doesn't get the XP or gold either. But flash for Imbolg and Lush turns out really good initially, as Lush is trying to get a gank off on the top side, but the wave is slowly pushing into Nile as we see a counter gank.
Yeah. Oh, but Lush has been in there the whole time, and the Gangplank immediately happened to flash away there. Bernie has shown up topside though, and is turning a heap of damage onto Lush, who's trying to finish off the kill of the Gangplank. Does get him before he falls. Mid laners now have joined the fight, and that means that there's no chance for Bernie to survive, as LegendJerry will drop him down. Party in the top lane, and definitely a happier event for Team LegendJerry as they take that 2-for-1.
Yeah, and we see Lush, knowing that the counter gank was, or using that counter gank capability, knew that Bernpup, after burning that flash earlier from, or on Pup Bacon on Vegan with the earlier gank you mentioned, wanted to get that re-gank off, and just predicting it, Nile chunked so hard before the gank, or before Bernpup could even get into the lane, and despite both mid laners roaming up, it was the same story, I think, whether they were there or not, as 2-for-1 trade now for the side of Pup Bacon and Vegan and Lush, and another net win overall for LegendJerry's team.
Bernie has been really focusing his attention on this top lane, but so far, no dice, really. They got the flash the first time around. Second time, they find themselves in the back of a losing fight. Play comes through the bot lane, though. However, Bernie's on hand, so this will be a 3v3 as the engage comes through from Weighted Pair. Make that forward. There's a teleport bot side, and Team LegendJerry going to find themselves outnumbered. Null uses the cannon barrage as well, and now they just have to try call the retreat. The Mordekaiser ultimate is used to see if they can grab one back, but that just means that his bot lane is isolated. One kill for Pup Bacon on Vegan before he inevitably falls, as even Ian has made his way to the bot lane here. 2-4-1 as Team Bernpup strike back.
Yeah, Weighted Pair was just waiting in that alcove the whole time, but Bernpup was just hanging out. I think they almost knew it was happening. Then the TP coming through from Pup Bacon on Vegan, and the initial fight just didn't even look good at all. It seemed like an overforce from the side of LegendJerry, as both TPs from both top laners coming through, and despite Pup Bacon on Vegan being that level 6, being able to pull Bernpup in, it was just taken too low and wasn't able to do enough. And just like the previous game, Voltamex and Weighted Pair just left wanting, as they were ran down by the rest of the team once that death round. But this time the death round was their own teammate, and yeah, this time good turnaround from the side of Bernpup.
Scratching my head a little bit, because the first 5 minutes of this game, we saw Voltamex being the beneficiary of a lot of these bot lane plays. He was, by all accounts, looking like he was set to get ahead. They got that kill. They got that back force, so they were able to push towards the tower on his own. However, he's down in CS. A kill now in the hands of Imbolg as well. Just hasn't really been snowballed the way they want. Maybe that's why they felt they had to overforce that play bot side, but they lose out on it. However, they have been able to get themselves enough pressure that they should get this Mountain Drake, barring some crazy play happening. So keeping control of that bot side of the map, you can see the split focus in the junglers here, where Bernie's had his eyes top side most of the time, and Lush has been peeking in the bot lane as often as he can. And we'll see what team it ends up benefiting in the end, as right now Bernie, seeing that Drake goes down, immediately pulls the trigger on the cross map, going for the Rift Herald. Yeah,
considering the amount of pressure that Voltamex and Weighted Pair have had, especially in the first 4 or 5 minutes, and with that Udyr, who has that really well-known and well-versed early Drake capabilities, for the first Drake to go down at 8 minutes isn't ideal. I think LegendJerry's team would have wanted to take that quite a bit earlier, especially considering the amount of pressure Bernpup had put or top side instead of bot side. Maybe they wanted to look for that Drake initially after that attempted failed play that they just tried to do, as Imbog is just going to be by himself in this lane right now with Lush on the wings, and the wave is frozen. So
Lush will he'll hit the base there, so not waiting around long enough to really try sneak a play onto the Sivir in that scenario. He's going to base, make sure he has his items, make sure he goes back to clearing. Dead even as we approach 10 minutes, apart from that one Mountain Soul, or that Mountain Drake, that Team LegendJerry have been able to pick up, and that'll be more geared towards them putting themselves in a position where they can get the Soul later on. Will be Ocean or Inferno, which is pretty spicy either way, and we'll be keeping an eye on that. As we move towards this mid-game, are you expecting the dynamic of this game to change much when those first mythics come through? Who's set to be kind of like the leader, the team that has more ability to make plays as we come towards that 15-20 minute mark?
I think just by default with the Leona and the Udyr in that early game, as Lush playing Ringer Rosie with Nile.
Yeah,
but
you called immediately as we pan to the Udyr here. Nile once again finds himself 1 versus 3. Those cannons won't save you. LegendJerry getting his second kill of the game.
Yeah, just not much to say about it. Nile caught in no man's land as Lush was able to get up there, and another roam. We're seeing the mid laners a lot more active than they were in the first game. Ian and LegendJerry getting quite a bit more roams off, as you see another potential counter gank, as well as the fact that Bernpup being a lot more aggressive on this Xin Zhao, looking for a lot more than he did on that.
Yeah, LegendJerry sees the Xin pop in, immediately using the Chrono Break and the Flash to get himself to safety. Pressure established, but Bernie holding that Rift Herald for now, not feeling if it's the right time to use it just yet.
Yeah, and you did ask the question about the early, or as the first items come through, but I still think it benefits LegendJerry's team more, as they do have that little bit more pressure. Ian and Nile in particular still want to keep scaling up, want to get well past their first item before they're strong, as we see an engage in the bot lane. But SLB misses the knock up, and Voltum next way to pair just going to walk it out. But yeah, and with the Udyr and Leona, with that reliable CC from the Solar Flare and the Bear Stance, just should still be stronger for at least till past the next Drake, as we see Bernpup popping that Herald topside, getting Nile just accelerated ahead with that gold.
Yeah, Bernie goes back top once again to try get as much gold into his top laner's hands as possible. Also grabs himself, obviously, whatever gold off the plates there, he'll be pretty happy to take. Still find themselves facing a slight deficit, but it is still pretty much dead even at this early phase of the game here. SLB trying to see if he can catch out LegendJerry, and a lot of damage being dropped onto the Zeko, but not really in position to capitalize on that. That's more just to send him on his way, as these junglers have pretty much all committed to splitting this map up, vertical jungling in place. But with the next Drake spawning in a little under a minute, I'm imagining Bernie's going to try to get back to base and see what sort of contest he can get in as quick as possible. LegendJerry, though, he's in a heap of trouble here, facing a Chaos Storm, but Lush going to flash in to keep Ian in place and take him down. Nice response from the jungler of Team LegendJerry as they catch out Ian's Victor.
Yeah, Ian just getting a bit too high feet. Tried to punish LegendJerry not having that Chrono Break or that flash up, as they were both burned earlier by that gank from Bernpup. But Lush, who hadn't shown in the map for quite a while, I thought it might have been a dive bot lane, but Imbog and SLB had played too safe. They'd managed to clear the wave, and LegendJerry got spotted by that control ward, so they called it off. But Lush being nowhere on the map, Ian just pushing his luck, as he should have known that with Bernpup having cleared from his red, popped the Herald top, and then took the blue of Lush, Lush had to be bot side somewhere, but nonetheless flashing in, trying to get that kill on LegendJerry and getting punished for it.
Top laners basing, both with teleports up, so making sure that they're ready to help out of this Drake if needed. Ian taking a chunk of damage. I mean, this Victor can't get in a position to approach, and actually Lush going to jump in. Magna Storm used the response. They'll turn a ton of damage onto Voltum next, who's a bit too close for comfort. However, he gets out, and Bernie does not. Jungler goes down. SLB the next to fall, and this fight is set up so perfectly for Team LegendJerry. It's a double for the Mordekaiser. as there's no way out for Ian. Imbolg as well also cannot find the escape path, as once again we see a Mordekaiser popping off in this series, but this time it's the top laner for Team LegendJerry as they get Drake number 2.
Yeah, and that all started with Ian getting taken solo by the trade by LegendJerry as Ian tried to enter into the river, and then Bernpup and SLB both getting caught out by the rest of LegendJerry's team, as they did initially look good with the Magnus Storm stacked with the Crescent Guard. Initially looked good, and maybe that's the combo that Bernpup is looking to pull off, but we see as the replay as getting Voltum next so low, but with the rest of LegendJerry's team arriving in, the fight was just doomed, as Imbolg and Ian arriving late to the fight, but really just arriving to die, as we see Imbolg just not being allowed to move with the bear stance, the echo stun, the parallel convergence, and the slows, and despite the on the hunt and the flash being popped, he was just CC'd to eternity and was able to be chased down.
Yeah, just almost like the situation where they kind of went in a little bit one after the other, and the kills lined themselves up for Team LegendJerry in that scenario. They found themselves a nice bit of gold ahead. There will be a chunk taken out of it here, as I imagine this tower is about to go down, although they'll actually leave it alone. Keep it standing for now. First tower goal still on the table for either of these teams, but without that taken into play, it's about a 3,000 gold advantage here. You pointed it out, some of the big CC power for Team LegendJerry once again really come to bear, and Ian taken so low. As soon as LegendJerry finds that he may have overstepped, he can just press the orb button and get himself out, and this Victor is finding this game even more and more untenable when faced off against LegendJerry's Echo.
Yeah, what I thought should have been just a safe pick for the side of LegendJerry, as every time he goes in, the Victor should just drop the stun, as the Magnus Storm just whiffs entirely with the on the.
Both ultimates used in that bot lane there to try and make that play happen. They had Bernie in the area, but just missing. SLB not finding as much success, I guess, in this rel as maybe he would have hoped.
Yeah, and the counter engage by weighted pair is SLB and Imbolg.
Yeah, flash used, Killer Instinct to follow the rel though. Crash down, generates a bit of space. They're going to try to see if they can get Imbolg as well. Weighted pair just waiting for the crowd control to come through. Just needs one more spell, and we'll find it with the Zenith Blade. Set up the kill for his AD carry. 11th of the game on the board. However, they might find themselves giving some over here as Bernie and the Cannon Barrage make their way to that bot lane. Weighted pair, the first focus. He's going to try the Zenith Blade out to see if he can finish off SLB, but he can't quite get there. SLB actually the one who grabs that kill. Bernie will sweep up Voltum next as well as they strike back, getting 2 in that bot lane, and Null trying to make it 3 in the top side as well. If he can land just a couple more kills. Pull it to the death realm though. A put bacon on Vegan going to try sustain his way through this. A flash from Nile away from that Mordekaiser Q will keep himself alive. Go to tower for put bacon on Vegan to turn it around, but tower's being traded as well, as this game has just exploded in the last minute.
Yeah, the second Herald got picked up by Lush, and they'll actually get the inner mid lane turret, so Victor losing a lot of pressure and a lot of safety that he would have liked to have in that mid lane. But going back to the bot lane fight, Imbolg and SLB tried to pull that trigger and just whiffed entirely, and then they greeted what I think was first turret blood as they tried to push in. And then Voltum next and Weighted Pair, they hadn't used their cooldowns. So Imbolg and SLB just overstaying meant they were just asking to get engaged upon. And Weighted Pair just got the cooldowns back up, was able to chase down Imbolg, but Bernpup was still in the area. And with the Cannon Barrage coming down, meant Bernpup could pick up those 2 kills, as SLB just using the pairing with Bernpup just to get those stuns on Weighted Pair and Voltum next. And one kill going over to SLB and another to Bernpup. Meanwhile, the turret, as I said, both turrets taken in the mid lane. Overall, I think a net positive win for LegendJerry, despite losing those 2 kills in the bot lane.
LegendJerry, he's feeling pretty good about himself as he's built the Magi's to amp up his damage this game. Lush trying to see what damage he can stick onto this saber, but going to be stunned in place by SLB's rel. Bit of a disconnect coming through maybe. It's not going to stop the rest of LegendJerry's team grabbing a kill in the mid lane there, as awkward pause coming through. I think if it had been on the red team, it could have made a jokes about a rage quit, but I think it's just more of a flex from LegendJerry there with the leave. He's going to be back in, so hopefully we'll be back into the game in just a second or two. But yeah, once again, the pick pair coming through, the ability to lock down one target bearing fruit for Team LegendJerry as they keep the ball rolling, picking off that rel in the mid lane.
Yeah, and the second turret going down in that mid lane immediately being capitalized on by Legendary's team. Lush and Weighted Pair were just able to run down Imbog and SLB, and Imbog was in between the two dead turrets, but they just don't have the vision control on the top side to spot out any ganks. All those wards on the top side are for Legendary's team. It's all blue vision, and it meant Imbog and SLB were just able to be run down. And SLB maybe didn't necessarily need to die, as Imbog had the On the Hunt and the flash available and kind of greeted the on the hunt, tried to keep it despite seeing Lush pop that turbo chem tank, as they are resetting now for the third Drake, and it is an Ocean Soul, and this Drake should go over in the favor of Legendary.
Yep. We saw the potential of some of these champions in the last game to find these beneficial team fights, even when they're engaged on a lot of AoE damage that can quickly drop multiple people on their opponent's side. But they're against a beefier comp. They're against a comp that is less prone to falling apart when certain members go. And also, they're down a bit more gold and a bit more in terms of stats than they were in the first game there. Bernie's starting the Drake, but Lush just standing by as if to say, off you go. And he'll turn his attention as the Xin leaves. However, SLB in the area, he's going to see what kind of engage he can threaten here. Lush have to maneuver his way around the side as we see some people jumping on each other in the back. The Dragon is actually finished by Nile here. Imbog having to flash away though. The Sipper already forced out of the fight here. And 4 members of Bernie trying to see what else they can get here. The Xin just running for their life. Both AD carries do drop as the shutdown comes through onto Voltum next. However, this Mordekaiser drops the second member of the fight here. He's going to find himself a double kill as he finds Bernie too, and it's only the Rel left alive at this point. A very split fight, a very messy fight, but in those scenarios, just the raw stat advantage making amends for Team LegendJerry there. One last kill for Put Bacon on Vegan, his 7th of the game, and it's an ace for Team LegendJerry.
Yeah. Yes. 5 for 3 trade for Bernpups, or for Legendary's team, as we see the replay, and we're already about a minute in. Ian and Imbol just getting chased down by Mordekaiser in the backside, or in the back line of the fight, and Bernpup was able to get that trade kill onto Voltum next and Lush, and was able to pick up both of them and get the shutdown on himself. But SLB again, and SLB just trying to chase, get that pickup kill. But Lush just able to run straight in, contest the Drake. It did actually get taken by Nile, despite both junglers being on top of the Drake, as it did go over to Bernpup's team. But despite that fight, and as I said, it's a very split fight. It was a lot of isolated, almost 1v1s, 2v2s, as the fight dragged on and got very separated, but coming out nonetheless in favor of LegendJerry.
Yeah, they'll add a bit more time onto the clock in that scenario with Nile being able to take that Drake, but they still face a deficit that is opened up even more after that team fight deficit. 6,500 gold advantage for Team LegendJerry. You can see most of their players now moving towards second completed item in the inventories, whereas still everyone on the side of Team Bernpup lagging behind. You can see the goal difference there, especially in that top lane. Put Bacon on Vegan so much happier on this Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and another massive discrepancy, I think, is in that mid lane with the LegendJerry. I think he's doing a lot of works in these team fights. He's able to just have pretty much anyone he chooses that steps up on the side of Bernpup's team, and is able to just do so much damage. 18 stacks on that Medjay's, has the Night Harvester, has the Lich Bane finished, as despite all second items coming through for his own team, there's no second items finished for the side of Bernpup's team, and not even the Manamune is fully stacked for Imbog. So they're just an item behind pretty much throughout, as the Baron is started up by the side of LegendJerry.
Yeah, and this would be a pretty massive takeaway if somehow Team Bernpup was able to grab themselves the Baron in this scenario. They're going to have to make their way through this Echo as well if they want to get even close to it. It's already less than 2,000 health, and Bernie is just completely wiped off the face of the map as soon as he gets even near that pit. Ian as well will meet the same fate as he jumped on by weighted pair and LegendJerry. SLB, the next victim of the Death Squad on the blue side. 3 kills as well as the Baron buff onto 5. Right now, there is absolutely nothing stopping Team LegendJerry in Game 2.
Yeah, just as I said, LegendJerry just doing so much damage and work on that Echo. Complete contrast from Game 1 when he was on Seraphine duty and just trying to get those heals and those shields off, and Bernpup not able to even pop the Crescent Guard in time as he was just immediately converged, as we see Nana now being run down in this top side.
He's had Lush just run at him and slap him in the face with those bear claws time after time in this game. Does force him to back off that top tier 2. They will get the mid inhib tower as well, as they are immediately converting off of that Baron buff.
Yeah, and they, despite LegendJerry was both able to get the pick on Bernpup as the Baron was finished, and the rest of his team were just able to run down Ian at the same time. Right now, it's really hard to see how Bernpup's team comes back into this game, as right now, particularly that Xin Zhao is just kind of sitting there not doing anything, just generally feel harsh to say, but being useless, as he just gets immediately blown up by any member from the side of LegendJerry, and he is now 2 levels behind Lush, 3 depending on when Lush hits his next level. So he is just he's a melee squishier than Inbolg, I think, by a long shot. So still scratching my head at that Xin Zhao pick, as we see now LegendJerry's team trying to use this Baron buff to take the inhib turrets.
Yeah, they want to make sure that they get at least 1 set of super minions off of the back of this Baron buff here, and they're split for the moment, so it's not the easiest, it's not the most sure thing for them in that scenario, but a few more autos should be enough to do it. They're not willing to overstep here. They have their jungler on that Drake, and we see it go down 3rd of the game for Team LegendJerry. Put themselves on sole point. They have Echo as well, split pushing through. However, the 3 are going to get engaged on. SLB looking for it with the Magnet Storm. Will jump into the back. Weighted pair with the counter engage at the back line. And SLB just pulled to the death realm. Will go down as the first casualty here. Ian as well being dropped by the Udyr, just running him down. It's a 2 for 2 so far. But now without big frontline members, you can see that there's nothing stopping this Mordekaiser and the Echo from just chasing down anyone they can find as well. Lush easily taking this 1v1, and all the lifesteal that Bernie has built so far, not nearly enough to fight the Udyr. That is a 4-4-2. Inbolg, the last one left alive for his team, and this Baron buff is going to do even more work now in the last seconds of it.
Yeah, desperation fight, I think, from the side of Bernpup, where they just tried to pull that trigger, tried to catch out LegendJerry's team as they were trying to set up those waves in the mid and bot. As we saw SLB get that Magnet Storm in, but weighted pair just on the backside, locking up Bernpup and Inbolg in the back line, and Inbolg was just not able to get on anyone, as the minute he did get on Voltum, he was able to kill him, but LegendJerry and Put Bacon on Vegan just able to run down the remaining members of Bernpup's team, and we see the level difference in particular coming out in that 1v1, as Lush was just able to sit there and slap Bernpup with that bear stance, and just despite the damage, the Eclipse and the Bork both being finished for Bernpup, just wasn't able to win out in that 1v1.
2 inhibs now taken by Team LegendJerry. They're on sole point. There's another Baron for them to play for in 2 minutes time. It's looking pretty good. I don't think there's just any kind of team fight that Team Bernpup can really find for the moment here. And you have to consider some of these picks that came out. Game 1, it worked quite well, but like you said, the Xin pick just has felt less impactful. The Victor as well has just not been able to have nearly as much of an impact, just being bullied out of a lot of these fights, or just insta-killed in some cases. And you could see it this time around. Team LegendJerry just looking so much more comfortable with the picks they've been able to get. They've spread the responsibility across multiple members of the team. They have their solo laners in a much easier position to play the game, and it has completely turned their fortunes in this series.
Yeah, and I think another key factor was letting that Udyr through and then picking that Xin into it, who Udyr, the more melee champs you pick into him, the happier he is. So Bernpup was just never wanting to match the Udyr in the ganks, particularly in the bot side, and always wanted to apply that pressure topside, or apply that pressure topside, try and get Nile ahead, but trying to do that on the comfort of the Mordekaiser, who can just death round any potential gank, as we might see a fight now over this turret.
Yeah, the zone coming through. Magnus Storm is used and a lot of damage. Put Bacon on Vegan is shut down immediately. And Boltonex can't take this fight. They're under the tower. This is looking a bit awkward for Team LegendJerry. They're going to lose weighted pair as well. And the two other members of the fight are low. Shut down. Those Magi stacks are gone, LegendJerry. 3 kills for Team Bernpup. They only lose their jungler. And just a spark of hope in what was looking like a surefire loss as they get themselves a fight.
Yeah, as we go into the replay, I think this is all just an overextension by the side of LegendJerry. They start to walk under that turret as SOB is right there. He's just able to lock down, put Bacon on Vegan, and Voltum next, and stun up the two big carries, or two of the big carries from LegendJerry's team. And they were just immediately popped as the tank items, the bruiser items, still haven't come through on the side of put Bacon on Vegan, and was just able to get locked down and blown up, particularly by SOB, who was able to lock them down. And LegendJerry on the back line just wasn't able to do enough, as if this time Bernpup's team were not split. They were able to focus their damage on Jerry as he was trying to get that pick down. But overall, a ray of light for the side of Bernpup's team,
Yeah.
but we are looking to see that Baron started now.
I mean, when your 9-kill Mordekaiser just gets deleted at the start of a fight, probably not the best call. However, they're still the ones in the driver's seat most certainly, and they're going to look to convert this into their second Baron of the game. Last time we saw Bernie walk up and get popped. This time he's not even going to try. That will go back over, and it was a stumble, but Team LegendJerry are going to make sure that they keep themselves on their feet, and now they're going to run bot towards the Soul. And while the Baron is a tough thing to compete against, this Soul could make it a whole lot more difficult. And some members of Team Bernie going to step up, try make a contest. They're going to have to walk through the Echo though, and yeah, like they just can't get anywhere near this. They're just zoned off it completely. 30 minutes, Ocean Soul to Team LegendJerry, and showing that one measly team fight loss is not going to stop them.
Yeah, and not really sure what Bernpup's team were doing. I think they did need to contest either the Baron or the Drake, and not for the objective of itself, but it was their best opportunity to come back into this game, as now with the Ocean Soul on the side of LegendJerry's team, there is no grievous wounds at all present in any of Bernpup's team's inventory. And they don't, and the only grievous wounds is from the Ignite from SLB. I think it's just a ticking clock now for the side of Bernpup's team. That they have, we saw them have the potential to win those team fights in that top turret, as once they were able to lock down, put Bacon on Vegan and Voltum next, they were able to turn that fight despite it being under their turret. And yeah, just giving over both major objectives for free, particularly that Soul, as we see another fight in the top side.
SLB going to see if he can make the miracle engage happen once again. This time is Lush taking the brunt of the damage, but the Udyr is able to get out. They haven't found that first pick that they got last time, but Weighted Bear being kept under the tower and dropped. Leona has been taken down. One member of Team LegendJerry missing. However, there's an Echo they have to deal with in the side lane here, and this is a lot more stable for Team LegendJerry here. I think they're going to just play this as slow as they can and not get themselves caught out. They don't have to worry about the Magnet Storm for now.
Yeah, and the bot inhib was taken by LegendJerry with that Lich Bane. He did have to burn the flash for it, but he did get it, so they will have super creeps now pounding on that through that bot lane and onto the Nexus turrets. As do wonder if, without that Ocean Soul, if Put Bacon and Vegan and Lush in particular would have been able to survive that initial engage, as you see now a fight and getting them on Lush.
Yeah, once again, Lush being jumped on here, but they're struggling to do the damage that they need to take them as Udyr. Volta Nexus up close, takes a few shots to the face, and just zooms on out with the Kaisa E. You can see they're kind of playing on the edge here. It's close to limit testing, but they haven't given anything over. Magnet Storm is back available, so if SLB wants to try and make the play, he has the tool that he needs. However, just the super minions, or the buffed up minions, too much for them to keep track of, and they will have to relinquish that last tier 3. Their Nexus towers are going down as well, and they have to try find something here. They need to pull the trigger. SLB will go to crash down. Magnet Storm is used. They're trying to kill Lush, but the Rel's already fallen here, and they're just grouping up to be slapped down by Team LegendJerry. Another double kill for this Mordekaiser. He's been cleaning them up all game, and we go into the freeze. That means the Team LegendJerry have managed to do it. They will tie up the series at 1 game apiece.
Yeah, LegendJerry just causing so much havoc in that bot side of the map, doing his best to split Bernpup's team, and eventually it didn't work out as they were able to get that last inhib turret down. And without that turret, the team fight did not go in the favor of Bernpup's team as it had the previous 2 times. And I think we saw the Ocean Soul coming out pretty big as LegendJerry's team were able to re-engage 2 or 3 times despite having lost the first couple of fights, and were able to just stay poking in those lanes, stay in those lanes as much as possible. As looking at the damage chart, actually Imbolg doing a lot of work on that Sivir, but it just wasn't enough, I think, to outsustain the Ocean Soul damage, particularly in the later stages of that game.
Is not able to survive in those scenarios. The damage that Team LegendJerry were doing, more than enough to carry them through. We are going to go to another break. We'll have our analysts break down that game 2 of the series. Make sure you guys stick around. Hello, and welcome back to the Analyst Desk here. Sadly, we have had to replace one of our analysts. Curtis has disappeared in shame. He's so disgusted that Bernpup has managed to lose a game despite Curtis's 3-0 prediction. He's like, you know what? He's had enough of it. He's just gone. He's not going to watch anymore. He can't bear to see it happen. So, to replace him, we've brought in, last I checked, 260 LP Master Tier 80 carry, Superstar Genius.
217, I'll let you know.
Sorry, my apologies. Genius 80 carry blank. Another bot lane perspective, you know. We've swapped it. The 80 carries outscaled the support from last time. So, to begin, what did we think of the games, boys? I'll let Hi bring that up first.
Hang on a minute. I spaced out for a second because I was looking at something. Can you repeat the question? I was reading something about like the dodge thing and so looking, but that's not relevant. But yes,
that's fair. Right. Okay. What did you think of the game? And more importantly, what did you think about? It seemed to me that Jerry's team seemed to be struggling to close out on the game despite their lead, and we even saw that last game where they had a big lead early and they threw that one, but they did manage to close out this time. So, what did you think of the game?
So a lot of, I think, after they got, I think, the Nash, and they tried to like siege the top tower. They had the mid inhib down, they had the bot inhib down. The waves were crashing at the right time. It was like I think it was 2 super minions in bot lane and 1 super minion in mid lane. They were crashing at the same time as well as the top wave. The problem was Jerry could have been in the bot lane answering Gangplank because he was so unbelievably fed. He had 25 stack Magi. I think he was 5 items. He could have easily like taken him in the side lane, drawn so much pressure away from that top tower. But instead, they decided to like all try to like force that dive, and then that in turn that gave like Bernie's team like a shred of hope that they could come back. Unfortunately, Ocean's Soul is still unbalanced, and with no anti-heal, it's kind of like you're just kind of waiting to lose at that point. So I guess they didn't have the gold, but it is what it is.
And I mean, Blank, you were mentioning to me that as I was mentioning where they had to try tower dive to force down that last turret, that you said that you thought that Echo should have had TP to allow them to be able to maybe split the map a bit more. Do you want to elaborate on that one, Blank?
Yeah, so Echo going for the Ignite, obviously a very good pickup for Echo. It's okay given that the matchup itself, so Blinding Victor, not really ideal given that there's the Echo pick, very good counter, does a lot, and just does really, really good into that matchup. So the idea probably was take the Ignite and then be aggressive, look for those early opportunities, but I think regardless of what happens in that lane, Echo is going to win. So if you force the early TP from Victor, which usually should happen if you play it properly in your waves, he has to force the TP, and now you have a TP advantage that you can look to get your bot lane ahead, get your top ahead. No matter what you want to do, you have much more agency as an Echo in mid lane to just make impact around the map, whereas Victor is stuck catching waves when you can just move. Or alternatively, if it is Victor who saves the TP to like go and help the side lane, you can just shove the wave and get like 2 or 3 plates, and then Victor's life is even worse if he gets off his bot lane. So it is like a very big factor in which Echo not having TP just kind of meant his impact all around the map was a bit less than he would like to, given how good his matchup was.
Yeah. And you know what? Let's be fair here. Hi. I believe it was caught out on the audio here. Squavo had mentioned it. That it was leaked that you wanted to flame somebody in particular for their performance thus far. Hi, would you like to elaborate? Make sure the viewers know how toxic you really are.
So the thing is, it's not really. I don't want to. It's not like I just want to straight up flame him, right? But like, I think Sam needs to learn how to use QSS. Well, I mean that's just from game 1, right? He needs to learn how to use QSS. Secondly, he needs to stop being so gung ho in his playstyle, like with the Kaisa, like dashing in. He was lucky he had Ocean Soul and the enemy team had no damage, right? But like, and like the Xin Zhao pick game 2 was kind of ego phase. It's just it's like whatever to me, but like it's. I can't whatever. I can't flame them. It's just it's so mean.
You're just such a nice guy, you know.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Honestly, yeah. I it's just such a weird pick to me. Like you had access to all the other better junglers, and you decided to go for Xin Zhao, I guess.
I can tell you actually, I've got a leak as to why he did go for Xin Zhao. He believed that he could clear at such a rate and just get his gank off recall. No one's really paying attention to him. That he could tab out and continue to fish on Pokemon Planet, thus securing his rare Pokemon for the raid with the clan later.
That's true.
Sounds like a reasonable assumption, yeah.
Yeah. That's what I've been told by my inside source on his team. I can, But anyway, so we'll be heading into game 3 now. So let's hope that we can see another spicy one.
We are going into the draft for game 3 of this series as we have tied it up. 1 game apiece for these teams. Team LegendJerry coming in with the momentum, but Team Bernpup with the side choice, they are going to grab themselves blue side for the first time in this series. We'll see how this affects the draft. I think that top lane pick is once again going to be massive here, and this time is Team Bernie with priority.
Yeah, Bernpup choosing blue side. Blue side been chosen every time by both teams so far in all 3 games. As be interesting to see how Bernpup team adapt. I would prefer them on red side. Sorry, as this time they take away the Seraphine on blue side. I would have liked to see them on red side so that they give away maybe one of the strong picks like the Udyr or the Mordekaiser, and then take that Aurelia and potentially Seraphine on their own side, but this time valuing that first pick more so as we see the bans, I think, almost replicating game 2.
I'm curious as to whether they want to approach it the exact same way as they have. Actually, they're going to ban away the Mordekaiser. They have to be setting themselves up for a first pick Aurelia. It's the only thing that makes up at this point. We see, once again, Team LegendJerry going with the same bans as last time. Aurelia is the pick, will be locked in here. Ian finally getting his hands on a champion that he can have a real big impact on.
Yes, the Aurelia finally getting let through Ian's side, or Bernpup's team, despite it being Ian's signature pick, are the ones who banded away both sides, didn't want either of Pup Bacon or Vegan or LegendJerry, who have played Aurelia in this tournament, take it as the Rumble. I think almost flex pick taken away for LegendJerry's team. I think that could be going anywhere, and it might even be a counter pick for the Aurelia. It'll be interesting to see where that does end up as the draft progresses.
Yeah, a bit of a shake-up. That Rumble pick, not necessarily something we would have really prepped for at all. I'll keep an eye out for it. They're going to go back to the Udyr, which I think makes a lot of sense. Lush with a good performance in the second game on it. Still undefeated in the tournament on that champion. Making sure that he has the jungle priority. Does raise some questions. Bernie, the Xin pick, I think maligned a little bit the lack of impact that I had in that second game. Will he go to either something more traditional or some of the more wacky jungle picks that we've been seeing? And he's actually going to grab the Morgana. Could be flexed to other areas of the map, but I think we were expecting this in the jungle.
Yeah, the Aurelia, I'm not sure if Niall can take it topside or if they're just adamant on putting Ian on that Aurelia in the mid lane. Or Aurelia in the mid lane as, yeah, the Morgana flex for support already being put to side, as they are going to take that Leona for SLB, take it away from Weighted Pair. He is one of the highest played more Leonas in this competition, does have the 3rd highest presence in throughout Captain's Draft after Hecarim and Seraphine. So denial away from Weighted Pair as we see now the 3rd pick for LegendJerry.
Yeah, we'll see what they look to grab for themselves. The Akali taken. All right, so that's top side of the map locked in here. My assumption is that it's the Akali going top and the Rumble going into the mid lane here. Technically, they could flex those around, though, if they find the Aurelia in a different spot, but you have to imagine it's going for Ian here. He has just been performing on the Aurelia throughout the tournament. Good responses coming through. They have the mid lane priority or the top lane priority, I should say, now as well, and they can get to banning away some potential counter picks that Niall might opt for. Cho'Gath being dropped off the table. They could take away the Gangplank here as well if they wanted and put him on something completely different for the series.
Yeah, a lot of... We're almost guaranteed to see a new top lane matchup, as Niall may be happy to drop that GP or take up something new in the top lane, as rather than banning away that GP, they will take away the LegendJerry team will take away the Cho'Gath first and foremost. As that being said, the Aurelia is something LegendJerry should have prepped for in the mid lane. It should have been something he knew was coming, and considering they had never banded away on their own side, they were either prepared to first pick it or they were prepared to face it. And considering they took away the Diana as well ahead of the Aurelia, I think LegendJerry has prepared well for this pick, as another top lane, the Ornn, and now the set taken away, so the top lane champ pool really being stretched thin for Niall.
Yeah, a lot of the picks that he'd want to go to are off the table. Shen, still up. The thing that stands out, that's something that he leaned on pretty heavily in their semi-final that they won, so that could be what they go to here.
What?
Not going to be messed up. Yeah, that's. Oh.
No. Is that a Rumble support?
Have we? Okay, I just want to check with production. Have we missed a Rumble is Sivir? All right. Changes the entire complexion of the draft.
Yeah.
Sorry guys for the misinformation there, but the Rumble will be the Sivir, so they actually denied that one, which may have kind of affected the flow of the draft a little bit in that scenario. Renekton top lane into Renekton blind in the top lane here, so actually they were kind of prepping for that with Cho'Gath and the Ornn ban coming through. I mean, or Renekton mid?
I think it's Renekton mid. So a little birdie told me, and by a little birdie I mean me, was as 1v1 preparation into the Aurelia, I did test it with LegendJerry from the Renekton into the Aurelia a couple times, so we'll see if that does go mid lane. He should be aware of it. And actually the Cassiopeia, I think bot lane taken by the side of Bernpup.
Oh. Well, okay, this draft is going all sorts of different directions here. I'm trying to keep up. Brom, the last pick, we know where Brom's going, but we will have a remade lobby. So going through these compositions, it's Shen, Morgana, Aurelia, Cassiopeia, Leona, we're thinking, against Akali, Udyr, Renekton, Sivir, Brom. So, okay, we have, neither team's kind of going with their traditional, the full spice has been brought out here for game 3, and there's a lot to talk about here. I think we'll start off with probably what is the most expected, I guess, which is the jungle matchup. Bernie going back to the Morgana here, the Udyr for Lush. Lush with good success in the Udyr. Bernie has played the Morgana before in the tournament, but did lose on it in their semi-final matchup. However, he's shown that he can have quite an impact on the pick himself. It clears very fast and can make plays very early.
Yeah, I think in contrast to the Xenolot, which I thought I was just no fan of into the Udyr, this time the Morgana can keep up the clear with the Udyr, can match that incredibly fast clear speed he has. On top of that, when he wants to engage, when Udyr does generally want to just run in and start bear stancing, the Dark Binding can come out, lock him down, as well as the Soil and the Chains of Corruption. So Udyr not having the best of time, he doesn't find it easy to go into hard CC like that, especially if it's point blank, or it's easier to hit if you are running into them. So this time I'd like the Bernpup pick a lot more than the previous Xenolot pick, as the hover, the Renekton. The Renekton is going mid into the Aurelia. It is the counter pick prepared by LegendJerry. He knew this is coming, and as well as having the AP topside, LegendJerry's team, whether it works out or not, have well prepared for this Aurelia mid lane. Yeah,
they held off on it for a while during that draft. They they had the opportunity. The picks were banned against them as well. The set was taken away. We've seen the set used to counter the Aurelia previously too. They were making sure they weren't falling afoul of that. But the Renekton as well, just a big beefy champion that can soak up a lot of kind of the tricks that Ian will throw at LegendJerry and just turn around, swing his axe, and trying to heap of damage back around onto this. So like I said, nice heads up pick there. Then we go to the bot lane, where we have a Cassiopeia bot. Imbolg has been pretty happy to pick non-marksman champions in that bot lane, but the Cassiopeia coming out here, definitely out of left field. Wasn't expecting that one at all.
Yeah, and not having the ease of engage on the side of weighted pair with that Leona, having the more reactive Brown, who wants to shield against the engage, a lot more beneficial, or that takeaway for SLB really benefiting to have that against or into the Cassiopeia lane. So we will see how Imbolg does operate this Cassiopeia. I think I believe it's his first time piloting this in the tournament. I think it might be one of the first Cassiopeias at all in the tournament, as not a fan of it here in Irish League of Legends, even in the mid lane. So as I said at the start of this best of, that trying to prep against Imbolg and SLB's bot lane picks, as Imbolg just not a fan of typical ADCs that aren't named Sivir, with the Swain pick and the Seraphine pick. And now the Cassiopeia, just trying to make Voltum Nex's life as miserable as possible in that bot lane.
Yeah, definitely. Once again, coming off the back of some massive Swain performances in that semi-final here. He's on another mage champion in the bot lane here, and he'll be looking to carry alongside Ian, who's back at the Aurelia, and I think a much more stable composition here for Team Bernpup. We are going to go to another quick break as we count down through the timer and get the teams ready to get into game. And in a few minutes, we'll be back bringing you Game 3 of the Rivalry Cabins Draft Final. We are into the third game of this best of 5 final. Now at the point where it's effectively a best of 3. These teams on 1 game apiece. And in game 2, we saw the big adaptations come out from Team LegendJerry. This time, it is Team Bernpup, the ones having to make the big swaps and really bring them a spice here. The Morgana jungle has come back for another run. The Cassiopeia bot lane for Imbolg as well, as he looks for more mage success in this game. And Ian back on the Aurelia. I want to focus on the jungle matchup, as obviously it's quite important in the early game here. But last game, Bernie on the Xin. We questioned the effectiveness of the pick, and it really didn't seem like it had much to offer. But this time, the Morgana, he's been practicing it a lot. We're expecting big things out of the team captain here for game 3.
Yeah, and said it in Champ Select, but in complete contrast to the Xin Zhao, who doesn't want to ever be where Udyr is in that previous game, as if Udyr ever catches the Xin Zhao, he just wins that fight straight out with the strength of Udyr at the moment. And in contrast now, the Morgana will just be able to lock down Udyr whenever he wants to try and engage with that Dark Binding. And the Chains of Torment, or the Soul Shackles, sorry. So a complete switch up from the previous game. And another important note is that Morgana is able to match that Udyr clear speed, whereas Zinza Bernpup was able to fall behind, as you see Pup Bacon and Vegan just bush cheesing Nile in the early game. And we're already seeing
on
that.
Vegan, opting for obviously the Akali this time around, as his champion pool continues to be a heavy focus of the drafts in this series. Opting for the Dorn shield as well, so he's clearly wary of maybe taking too much damage here. Just wants to make sure that he has that sustain. But you can see now his team has recognized that he needs to be on a carry champion. And while Akali isn't necessarily one of his specials, do you think there's much room for him in this game to pop off like we saw last time with that huge Mordekaiser performance?
It'll be a lot tougher, I think, in this game, especially because Imbolg isn't on that typical ADC, nor is Ian on a typical maybe control mage mid laner that Puppig and Vegan will have a lot harder time assassinating them, especially if they still have the abilities up, the miasma from Imbolg, and as we see a fight in the mid lane actually already.
Oh, flash used by LegendJerry, but Ian happy to stick with him with the Blade Surge. It's the Ignite from the Aurelia traded for the flash from LegendJerry, as immediately, like a switch has been flipped, Ian is ready to play here in game 3.
Yeah, and a counter pick initially not working out for LegendJerry. He did opt into the Conqueror rather than depress the attack, so he will be lacking that little bit of early game damage on the Renekton, not able to instantly proc it with the Slice and Dice. And yeah, Flash for Ignite already traded for in the mid lane. It means LegendJerry might have that little bit of earlier kill pressure if Ian messes up. See an early gank in the top lane.
Lush popping top side here. Niall is going to use the Shadow Dash to get away here, and Lush going to spit a ton of damage onto the Shen, but he's close enough to his tower. He saves his flash. Nice escape there from Niall, but at least pressure being secured for this Akali, as last game we saw Bernie was the one paying a ton of attention to the top lane, but the roles have been flipped here. This time it's the Udyr who wants to get active and get his top laner ahead.
Yeah, and Wave is pushing into Nile, so we will be able to just TP, pick it back up, as Lush is already invading into Bernpup's topside jungle, and the camps are respawning, so he would have been happy to meet Bernpup in the jungle, but we do see him waiting mid lane, trying to punish LegendJerry not having that flash up on their Nectin. But other than the Gromp, not going to take much away, as he is just going to back out now, but will have that individual camp advantage, as Bernpup did waste that time in the mid lane and will lose out in the camp for it.
A quick peek at the bot lane here, which has been the side of much action, especially off the back of a Leona pick, which has been in weighted pairs hands so far this series. SLB taking that away to counteract the Sivir denial from Team LegendJerry here. It's Cassiopeia right now, just farming up nicely, keeping it chill in the bot lane. Is this kind of just a farm lane between these two sides, or would you be expecting them to be a little bit more active?
I think both sides are afraid of messing up, especially considering how the lanes have gone in the first two games. The first game, lane in the first game went into the direction of Imbolg and SLB, who were able to win out against that Jinx. But we see the engage from SLB.
There
That
comes
being
the
said,
engage there, and the crowd control going to put Voltum next in a whole lot of trouble. Flash still available for the Sivir. He's holding on to it, but the flashes will follow and net the kill for Imbolg. First blow to the Cassiopeia. Make that 2, as he is going to step away from the Sivir pick, step away from the marksman, and step into an early double kill. Ian, meanwhile, mid lane pressured out, has to use his flash early, but gets to safety. He won't fall like the bot lane did. Early advantage to Team Bernpup.
yeah, really good fight in there in the bot lane. I was going to say that either SLB or weighted pair want to engage without the backup of the jungler, as if they do, their opposition will just CC them. But the consistent DPS from Imbolg on that Cassiopeia meant Voltum next, even with the flash and the heal, was just not able to get out alive, as the Dark Binding keeping weighted player in place meant Voltum next, as he ran back, was just by himself. He was able to be chased down, as we are seeing more trades in the top lane. And
Yep, level 6 now for this Akali, so perfect execution available for Put Bacon on Vegan if he wants to really threaten Nile here. But that means Stan United is available for the Shen as well. Nile has the opportunity to move around the map. Losing his teleport means that he would have to give over quite a bit for it, but it is something that Team LegendJerry are going to have to keep in the back of their minds, that the Shen should be popping in to bail his team out at a moment's notice.
yeah, and just looking at that bot side, Imbolg's back was stopped by the Boomerang Blade for Sivir, so he's not able to make use of that gold lead he got. But yeah, in regards to the solo lanes, we see both sides that should, I think, have been winning early, not really doing as much as they wanted, as Shen is a bit on the back foot, and now that Pupping on Vegan with the levels into his Q and the reduced energy cost, you see a gank in the bot side.
Yeah, Lush going to see if you can try to turn things around. However, SLB and Imbolg are quite far back, and the Miasma will slow down the advance. Shield of Daybreak as well, to make sure that SLB is more than happy to tank all the damage coming his way. Not even a Summoner Spell burned. The bot lane here for Team Bernpup are sitting pretty here in this 2v2, not stressed by that gang.
Yeah, and Imbolg finally getting that back off. We'll actually get the Lost Chapter and the Fiendish Codex. So already a massive item advantage over Voltum next to. As he backs now, will already have the pickaxe, but only has 800 gold. So despite getting that pressure off.
Oh. Yep, you can see LegendJerry, he was happy enough at his minion wave. Tough for Bernie to have much of an impact in that scenario when he's walking up through the wave here. He's managed to stabilize things a little bit, and his flash is back available, so he's probably the one in the driver's seat in the moment when it comes to that 1 versus 1, which he'll be happy about. However, right now, nothing has really clicked into place for Team LegendJerry in the first 8 minutes of this game. See the plays that Lush is trying to make on this Udyr, but just hasn't been able to stick with any of them. And, well, quite a disastrous loss on the bot side means that about a 1,000 goal advantage, as well as that first Drake to Team Bernie.
Yeah, first Drake got picked up by Bernpup there. And I think there's a massive item discrepancy now in the bot lane, as yes, Voltum next and weighted pair stopped that back from Imbolg earlier, but as you said, he got it off, got the Last Chapter, got the Fiendish Codex, and Voltum next just got his back off, but only had 800, so only picked up the longsword and the dagger. So right now, I think Imbolg and SLB, if they take any bit of a fight in that bot lane, even with the Lush there, I think it easily turns in their favor, as put bacon on vegan.
Binding hits, but the Akali not in trouble. The Morgana Q wears off before Flawless Duet could punish Put Bacon on Vegan in that scenario. He's doing a good job of just making sure they establish control of that top side of the map. Rift Herald, the big objective for them, could allow them to claw back at the gold deficit that they currently face, and using some of that top lane pressure that they have to try set themselves up for a potential objective take, but not really with enough control right now. They don't have pressure in the mid lane. SLB has walked up as well just to establish the push in that scenario, and nice moves coming out of Team Bernie to keep control in the right area of the map at the right time. However, it may open up the play bot lane here as the Glacial Fissure is used. Imbolg going to try and keep a ton of damage back out, and Voltum next is just standing in the miasma. The heal for Imbolg will get him the kill. The Stand United sets that one up for Nile. There's that Shen again making a visit to the bot lane, looking for kill number 2 as well, and he will find it, teleport down to try and make something out of that play from Pup Bacon on Vegan here, and he could do that with the perfect execution onto that Cassiopeia. However, he may just look topside to see the jungler that he left go down to Bernie. Kills across the map for his team here. 5-1 now as they just make play after play.
Yeah, and I think that actually might have been planned by the side of Bernpup team. Just make a show of SLB being in that mid lane. And once he showed up, he was able to bait the engage in the bot side, and having that stand united from the Shen coming through to turn that forced engage by Voltum Next and weighted pair in that bot side meant that Imbolg was just able to DPS. Voltum Next did just stand in the miasma, but the healing as well from the poison target on Voltum Next, turning it for Imbolg, and Pup Bacon on Vegan to get that TP down and was able to pick up that trade kill, but Lush got caught out in the top side by SLB and the Morgana, as the second Drake does go over to LegendJerry's team. As a result, we saw what happened to that Udyr with just that 2v1. He was just consistently locked down with the Zenith Blade and the Dark Binding by Bernpup and SLB.
Big early advantage. I think the biggest early advantage that we have seen so far in this series. 2,000 gold now to Team Bernie. I'm curious as to where that individual gold advantage lies. I would imagine that I think the side lanes or the jungle kind of bearing the brunt of that. You can see there about 1,000 gold advantage for this Morgana, and the rest kind of split across that bot lane here. I think that's a lot of where you want it. Imbolg so far really stepping up there. Obviously getting a little bit of help from Nile in that last play, but it's working out. Cassiopeia is always a massive late game threat in terms of the DPS that can be spat out with those twin fangs. And yeah, I mean, things looking pretty good so far. That is a very quick Leandries as well for Bernie in the jungle. Things cruising along nicely here for them. They still have to watch out for the Akali though. Pup Bacon on Vegan, kind of scaling up for the moment. He's got that Riftmaker finish, but I mean, besides from that, it's a good start, the best start that we've seen this series for Team Bernie, who I think for the most part so far have kind of struggled when it comes to the early. This time, not the case.
Yeah, it's been the story of the bot lane, I think, so far, as despite that counter pick going into the hands of LegendJerry in the mid lane, hasn't been able to make much use of it. And honestly, Bernpup and Lush haven't had the most impact. Despite Bernpup being 102, it was mostly reactionary ganks, as he was able to pick up the assists on the bot side and catch out Lush napping in the top side with SLB. But he hasn't actually been that proactive in the lanes, and the Shen and the Akali using their TPs and ults to get down to the bot side. And everything has just been focused on that bot side, especially after that initial gank from Bernpup putting it in his favor. But we'll see now how the lanes progress if Lush tries to make more happen. But as the game goes on, Bernpup's team really do have the tools to deal with Lush and LegendJerry, as they, I think, need to look for a flank or a really optimal TP play into the backside or behind Bernpup's team, as otherwise they'll be running into the Dark Binding, into the Miasma, into even the Vanguard's Edge from Aurelia, and then on top of that they have to break through the Shen ult, as we see a lot of people now bot side, as SLB just walked past Lush.
Yeah, SLB going on a bit of a wander. That scenario. Flash is just waiting a few more seconds. Solar Flare and re-engage comes through though. Nod is there to back up. The Shed coming through. Imbolg there as well. This could be the turnaround where Team Bernie with their support just caught out. Petrifying Gaze is used to set up the rest of the fight. And 2 kills already coming through.
Oh.
It's a full health Akali, a full health Sivir, but even so they're still outnumbered hugely, and they're going to follow up, take down LegendJerry. Pup Bacon off, he jumps in, tries to make a play, but it walks right into a heap of CC, and he will fall too. 9-1 in kills. Their support's caught out, and they just turned that into a 4-for-0.
Yeah, SLB just walked past Lush and into weighted pair, but it turns out that, just like the mid lane play, I think was a bait for the United We Stand onto pair, and then the Petrifying Gaze coming out from Cassiopeia so big. We saw LegendJerry, he popped the Dominus and didn't hit anyone. Instead, as he was trying to walk away, getting flash dark binded by Bernpup, just getting locked down and CC chained. And the same for Put Bacon on Vegan on that Akali, who was able to get stunned by SLB, then taunted by Nile on that Shen, and then eventually died to I believe the tick poison from Cassiopeia. And yeah, again, thinking they caught out SLB on that Leona,
Yeah.
but it turns out
I think Bernie just took the Rift Herald and didn't pick up the eye.
oh my
So-
god.
I mean, it's either a lapse of concentration or BM perhaps. Either way, they won't be able to use that. However, they will be able to use the Solar Flare to start a fight in the bot lane. Imbog jumping on in, takes a heap of damage to start things off, but he's happy to once again spin out the Twin Fangs and take down Voltum next here. Weighted pair trying to get a stun, but those concussive blows are split exactly as he doesn't want them. 2 more kills on the Cassiopeia, 5, 1, and 4. And we are witnessing a stomp here in Game 3.
Yeah, the weird messed up bot lane just is too much for Voltum next, and weighted pair as Imbog and SLB are just able to freely engage on Voltum next and pair now, as SLB didn't have to even use the flash, Imbog didn't have his flash up, didn't even have to use the petrifying gaze. They were just able to run down the Sivir and Braum, and no matter how much of a or how much that Put Bacon and Vegan is putting the pressure on in the top side, the Stan United from the Shen is just making the world of difference. He just isn't able to get enough of a lead in that top lane.
Now just being able to make some massive turnarounds whenever he presses that R button to pop into a fight on that bottom side. And Team LegendJerry just not really accounting for it whatsoever in these scenarios. It's 4,000 gold, which is not the worst thing in the world, but it'll be so tough for them to make anything happen over the next while. And you have to imagine that Team Bernpup are going to be looking towards that Baron when it spawns. Their composition can burn that down fairly quickly, I think, between the Cassiopeia, the Irelia, the Morgana. A lot of nice DLT effects coming through to help burn that one down. And yeah, it's looking like a tough next 10 minutes or so, I think, for Team LegendJerry. They have to kind of just stop the leaks that are currently spilling out and granting so much in terms of advantage over to Team Bernpup, who are right now still at 4,000 gold up.
Yeah, and looking at how the compositions scale up into the game, I think despite having that Akali who will do a lot, and the Sivir who will do well into the late game in theory of damage, but how well they execute or how well they can operate in the team fights is a different story altogether, as we see now a gank in the top lane by Bernpup.
Yep, Dark Binding misses, gank over, Put Bacon on Vegan able to walk away, but maybe they're setting up for just a more, just generating some pressure. It does help in that the Shen is freer to get out of lane if needs be. However, their bot lane resets, so not necessarily the number one timing for it. In any case, both these teams kind of just wandering around. There's no real major objective being set up for the moment, as neither is looking to press down the tower. This is where having that Rift Herald might come in handy. You could have just used the top lane there to try force that one down. We'll see, though. Forcing the mid lane here, trying to get onto Ian. Where a nice flawless duet is not going to be enough to save him. Perfect execution comes through in the nick of time. Put Bacon on V can grab his second kill of the game, his team's second kill of the game. Finally, a play works for Team LegendJerry.
Yeah, and LegendJerry finally making use of that Renekton pick in the mid lane. It is a counter pick in that he wins the 1v1 and can pressure a lot in the early, but Renekton is still one of the easiest champions to get a gank off if he's on your side in the early game. He just dashes in, uses the slice and dice, uses the and then uses the Ruthless Predator to just lock down any turret. But in regards to that top lane, I think maybe Bernpup thought he still had the Rift Herald, and that's why he walked up with Nile and suddenly just pressured it. But the gank was unsuccessful actually, because Put Bacon and Vegan got that early Merc Treads. As we see Merc Treads coming out for pretty much everyone on the side of LegendJerry's team. They know the value of those boots and the tenacity, as if they get locked down for too long, they are pretty much doomed.
Yeah.
As We see now.
Anything to lessen the time spent in the Morgana prison. If those Qs connect, but like you said, just a massive amount of CC across the board. So pretty necessary pickup. Also helps a little bit of extra MR against this 5-kill Cassiopeia, who is set to dominate for a lot of this game. Baron now on the map. You can see maybe a couple of members of Team Bernpup shifting towards that top side, but with no towers taken, they got one tower bot lane, but doesn't really offer them any extra advantage for vision top side. They could find themselves over pushing in that area, so I'd imagine it's not really on their minds for the moment. That Dragon has to be more of a prize here, but Nile once again finds himself facing down a gank, but Lush put bacon on vegan, not really in a spot where they can do much, and they may find themselves victim of a counter gank. That Q went very, very wide, but the Soul Shackles will force the flash, and they'll turn their attention now to the Akali. May force the flash out of there. The Dark Body actually comes up and hits, and this could be a dead Akali coming through. The burn not going to be enough to finish off Put Bacon on vegan just yet, but it will force him back from the tower there. Close calls in the top lane.
Yeah, and all those flashes burned by, or the 2 flashes burned on the side of LegendJerry's team, as LegendJerry goes in a Nile.
LegendJerry! There was a Morgana around the corner the whole time. Pops the Dominus though. He will be able to keep himself alive until the second one hits. Bernie on a rampage, 4-0 and 4, grabbing his team's 12th kill in that top side.
Yeah, I think LegendJerry just not respecting the fact that Bernpup is level 13. He has that level 5 Dark Binding, which means it's off cooldown very quickly. Walking up to clear the wave and just gets locked down again. Has the despite the first item coming through, the Stridebreaker for LegendJerry, he doesn't have the tankiness to, even with the Merc Treads, and all that pressure in the top side means that third Drake will freely go over to the side of Bernpup. They are now 1 Drake off Soul, so 27 minutes is the key timer now for both teams, as LegendJerry will have to look for a fight, as they saw what happened in the last game when a Drake Soul was given over for free. That time it wasn't their benefit, but this time will go against them. But right now, I think Bernpup's team are just happy to farm away, just keep the game in a suspended state until that Earth Soul does spawn.
We saw a sneaky ward catch out the play that LegendJerry and Put Bacon on vegan or Lush, I think, and Put Bacon on vegan were trying to make in that bot side. Ian not going to fall afoul of that when he had eyes on the Akali. And they will set up for that. They will set up in that side lane right now. Still only the 1 tower that's been taken all game. So once again, the room on the map isn't necessarily there, although Team Bernpup haven't really needed it for much of this game. But it does go to show that I think without that traditional marksman, maybe setting yourself up to take down these towers is a little bit more tricky, and you kind of need to generate those picks in order to find a scenario where you can free hit those towers. Yeah,
despite their pretty substantial lead at this point in the game, although it has maintained to just that 4k goal lead, it is stretched to now 4,700, but it's only a little bit of an increase from about 5 minutes ago, as there hasn't been a lot of action. But Bernpup's team with the Morgana and the Cassiopeia just can't afford to be up there hitting turrets, as they won't do much until they get that Sorcerer's Elixir and gives that bonus auto attack damage. So all they can do is afford to fight objectives, fight around objectives. But with that Ocean Soul, or that Earth Soul potentially in their pockets in 4 minutes now, that just benefits their team. They have no need to fight over turrets until well after they pick up that soul.
Yeah, that'll just, especially with their composition, open up even more as a composition that does want to get close, and you're also facing off against the Zakali. Any extra little bit of defense does help. So they will certainly have their eyes on that. Team LegendJerry struggling to find a footing when it comes to competing for any of these objectives. We pointed out earlier the difficulty that they would have just running into these fights head first. That's only going to be compounded by the fact that this Cassiopeia is so big, but they're going to jump on the Bernie here. Stopwatch is used. Soul Shackles as well will split up the fight, and Lush fight might find himself the odd man out. Petrifying Gaze connect. Nog goes on a killing spree as he drops the Udyr. Weighted Pair flashing away to make sure that he can get out, and he dodges the Dark Binding, but they're going to go under the tower. They find the kill onto the Braum. Now SLP hunting it down, has to flash away from the tower aggro as the rest of his team keeps the charge up. Niall on a rampage sets up a double kill for his bot laner as well. 4 for 0. The tower gets the kill there as it's an execute. Oh, jeez, this is just a car crash here for Team LegendJerry. They lose 4. We're gonna go into a replay here, see how that fight went down.
Yeah, and that potential catch on Bernpup, but he had the Zhonya's Hourglass finished, meant as soon as they couldn't get that pick on Bernie, they just meant LegendJerry's team was just running for their lives. But the same tools that make it hard for them to engage make it hard for them to run away, as they are just being chased down. But that being said, the blue urn is being started up, as LegendJerry did get 1v1 by Ian in the top lane. He did get caught backing, and it meant that that Bernpup's team didn't even need to back after that initial fight. They could just take straight to the Baron. And now we have the Earth Soul spawning in just a minute now, as the resets come in.
Yep. It is looking like an insurmountable mountain to climb here for Team LegendJerry in Game 3. 7,500 gold down. Baron now on, I believe it's all 5. I'm not sure. I think Inbog responded before. Yeah, he did. So Baron on. Actually, no, it's not on the Cassiopeia. Still, though, 4 members, more than enough for them to really push out this one. And like you said, Mountain Soul could be going over in just a second here. SLB gonna take the concussive blows to the face, gets stunned up, but still standing. Leona takes barely any damage and is happy. Nall gonna join the fight though with the Stand United there, and this support drops a whole lot easier. Weighted Pair will be taken down by Niall, who is unstoppable on the Shen. 5-0 and 6. They take out the pick, and now they look to turn this into the 4th and final elemental Drake of the game for their team. Miracle play is needed here for Team LegendJerry to try snipe this one away.
Yeah, the 3 items for the Cassiopeia now means she's so scary, as the Dominus is popped by LegendJerry.
He's going to go in, but he's going to get locked up by the Shadow Dash immediately. The Drake will be secured. Mountain Soul over to Team Bernie, and the Renekton goes down as well. Lush will fall right after. Put bacon on Vegan, jumps in, but we've seen him jump in to his death so often this game. The fight immediately after over to Team Bernpup. 21-2 is the score in kills, and this has just been a masterclass from the very start.
Yeah, I think this all started from draft, not even the early laning, when Imbolc and S1B really got ahead, as we saw now, I think what was the last stand from the side of LegendJerry's team, as they felt they needed to contest that Earth Soul, but Imbolc had that miasma laid down in the entrance to the river before they'd even started up the Drake. So the Dominus pop by LegendJerry meant they were just walking into their dooms. They were slowed down, poisoned, and now it's just a matter of crossing their T's and dotting their I's for the side of Bernpup's team, as they slowly take away every objective. We are seeing a TP behind them from Bacon on Vegan.
One last desperate attempt, but the Dark Binding will connect. LegendJerry will go for the play here, but they're still waiting on their Akali, and I don't think LegendJerry lives that long, as he's focused out by the Sorelia and dropped by Ian. Next is Voltum Next, who will go down, but Bacon on Vegan looking for the backline though, trying to make a play. Is caught out. Shutdown comes through. Make that 2. The Akali finds the angle. That's 2 for 2 so far. Weighted Pair, though, he's very, very low. And Niall says, thank you very much. Grabs that play for himself as Sakali still playing on the very edge of the fight. Nice flash, but the dash was still there for Niall to lock the opposing top laner up and grab himself another double kill. 8-0 and 10. It is only Lush left alive to try and make some sort of play after this, but I don't think the 3 remaining members of Team Bernpup care. They're going to keep on pushing.
Yeah, SLB and Niall just too tanky for Bacon and Vegan to break through. Did opt into that Spectre's Cowl, so has that little bit more MR, but no magic pen to speak of. As Niall now 8-0-10 on this Shen, and deja vu from the first game where that last desperation TP by Put Bacon on Vegan behind Bernpup's team. But again, the fight started long before he even arrived, as the trigger was pulled, as Weighted Pair was hit by a Dark Binding, and then everything just collapsed from there, as despite LegendJerry surviving quite a while with that healing and being in the middle of all Bernpup's team, they're just simply too tanky and have too much damage for any of LegendJerry's team to break through.
You can see finally, that's the kind of fight that we know Team Legendary just want this entire game. They need a scenario where someone who can deal damage can get onto that back line from an angle, kind of split the focus of the Cassiopeia. But at this point, they're just too far behind. Even when Put Bacon on Vegan is free to wreak havoc in the back line, just a little bit of a delay as well, as team was already dead. And I'm not sure when they'll get an opportunity like that again, and even if it will work out as well as it did that time. In any case, now down an inhibitor in the bot lane. Perfect for a Baron, which is spawning in just over a minute. I don't think they even need that to keep the push going right now. SLB going to walk into the bush. This Leona we've seen just does not care. And actually, Lush has been abandoned as the recall was finished by Put Bacon on Vegan. Volta next just taking chunks from these Shen auto attacks too. They're going to see if they can grab a pick onto Nile, but I think the Shen is happy to just draw the attention and let the rest of his team push in the top lane as well. Just Team Legendary grasping at straws right now, and Team Bernpup continuing to press the advantage in response.
Yeah, Team Bernpup can pretty much, I think, do whatever they want. We saw SLB just run in at them. He's just tanking that inhib turret. As the Dark Binding goes out, we see a
Soul
fight.
Shackle's used to start off the fight here. SLB going to jump in as well. They try to kite away from this Morgana, but Bernie does not care. Ian on a killing spree as he drops the Braum with the Vanguard's edge, and they are just running over Team Legendary in their own base. Disconnecting trying to 1v3 in the backline, and he definitely can't do that with 0 kills on the board. SLB is the one who gets that kill. The rest of Team Legendary run back to their fountains, try mount one last defense, but there's too many members for Put Bacon on Vegan to deal with. He has to dodge so much CC. He's forced to deal with the minion wave as the 5 members of Team Bernpup push and take down everything in the base.
Yeah, the Hurt Soul shields just too much for Team Legendary. We see everyone just running in at them, and they're having trouble just breaking the shields, let alone getting through the resistances. As
last re-engage coming through here. Respawn is there for Weighted Pair, so maybe he can add some support here. However, second Nexus Tower has gone down, and Ian doesn't care. He focuses the Nexus. They drop SLB. They're looking for Bernie as well. Want to get to the Morgana here. They pulled Ian away from the Nexus too, but they're losing members on their side. Put Bacon on Vegan, Lush both go down. Both of Next as well as a victim, and now after clearing out the members, they can end the game. A dominating win for Team Bernie to put themselves on match point.
yeah, there was a 32-minute game, but it really felt like it was over from the 10-15 minute mark, and it was just a case of playing it slow for Team Bernpup, as they were just happy to play it out, let their team hit their spikes of where the double mage composition and play around every objective. As now looking at the damage chart, we see Nile doing a lot of work on that Shen was so vital with those Stan Uniteds going into the bot lane, meant any chance that Legendary's team had of coming back into this game with those engages was just snuffed out before it even began.
Snuffed out. There is no opportunity for Team Legendary to make any sort of play, and they have to go back to the drawing board as they face up against match point for Team Bernpup. We are once again going to throw back to our analyst desk in just a few minutes to break down that decisive game 3, so make sure you guys stick around.
Hello, welcome back. It's a big 2-1 for Team Bernpup so far. High's feeling confident in his prediction so far. Remember, 3-1. And, well, so much to unpack from that one. Let's start with the obvious one. Imbolg's super carry Cassio bot lane pick. Blank, could you please tell us all why mid lane picks are better than 80 carries?
Because mid is OP roll.
Okay.
Okay, so Cassio coming in as the B4 pick, which actually put me at a surprise, but once I looked at the draft, it looked really, really insane. So obviously having picked Akali and Renekton, both champions who are kind of slow engaging in terms of like they need to get close and use their mobility spells to get onto someone. Cassio Miasma prevents both of those, and with a lot of kiting potential with the Raiwais and then the spam of E, she can kite Udyr really easily as well. Also, the fact that Sivir was already shown in bot lane means that the lane's actually not too hard for Cassio, and she could kind of get out for free, not really get punished by enemy support, since Sivir is pretty passive in the lane, doesn't do a lot. So overall, yeah, just a really, really smart pick to pick up for the bot lane. That's something that we haven't really like expected to see, but like once you realized what Imbolc had before him in terms of the enemy draft, just finds a really, really good pick that he thinks he can make it work, and it did indeed work. So fair play.
Yeah, Imbolg absolutely popping off. And you know what? We saw some other draft adaptations from Team LegendJerry, with Jerry looking to have prepped for Ian Zorelia, and with the Renekton, which is known to be somewhat of a counter pick, or but it didn't really look to get off the ground much early, which is kind of what you need. So, Hi, I'm going to go to you. What would you change in the draft there if you're on Team LegendJerry now? You know it's match point. You need to win the next game.
So, giving Bernie's team all these comfort champs, the Shen, the Irelia, like I know like it's a lot harder to like draft against them, like get ban them out, because Imbolc has one of the best champion pools I've seen so far in this tournament. Nile Free also a really good champion pool. He's really good at the champs he plays. Ian is the only one that doesn't have like as a wide a champion pool, but if you give him champs that he knows how to play, like he's gonna super carry on it. Like, and Bernie, it's just like he'll just play whatever is OP, and he'll just play for the team. So you can have to drop. I think Bolton's team have to draft their comp from game one. It was a really solid comp, and I'm confident that they can execute. They just need to make sure not to let the Jinx die or go too far and letting that Jinx get collapsed on.
Yeah. I mean, that the comp they ran in game one has been the comp they've been looking to run for most of this tournament. So you might be right. Maybe it's just they view game one as unlucky and they go back to what has been working in 90% of their games before this. But importantly, Blank, it seemed to me that the bot lane that's won early seems to have won all 3 games. So could you maybe explain to us why it's the bot lane seems to have such influence over these games, other than Imbolc being a genius, obviously?
So yeah, a lot of the times it seems like the top lane matchup usually doesn't go the way it should. So having Shen into Akali should be a very Akali favorite matchup, since she really easily abuses most of the melee champions, given that she has a ranged Q, a ranged auto attack when she gets passive, and then obviously just has a lot of damage and ability to sustainably poke out the melee champ when the Shen in this example goes for the creeps. Also, a lot of meta style supports coming in bot lane. So a lot of Leonas, a lot of engaged supports who can set you up for easy kills for junglers to come. And once you pair them up with Morganas, there's a lot of nice setup in those champions that can give you really early kills that can kind of snowball. Very easy to set up dives as well. So if you're crashing a lot of waves, you can potentially look for a dive with your Morgana, with your Leona, and then Cassio as well to ground them, which then can translate into Dragon. But more importantly, the most important thing I think nowadays is mobilizing your support on the map when you can. So having the matchup Sivir Cassio, it's very uninteractive if supports are not there. But since Cassio and Leona can like pressure kills so early compared to Sivir and Braum, who can't really unless Braum lands a Q, Leona just gets a pretty nice time to move around the map, and Cassio can just sit and let the wave bounce back. Never really gets dove since Sivir is not really an early game champion. And if she just manages to move around the map with the Morgana, you can set up a lot of dives mid, you can set up stuff to happen top lane. There's also Shen as a really nice weak side pick, has that Stand United, so it's all about design to play through that bot lane and then either get your ADC or in this case Cassio ahead. And if that doesn't work, then shove the waves and then look for Leona to move around the map with your jungle to make something happen elsewhere. So all of that combined means that like having 2 champions in bot means that it's a very nice lane to just snowball through, given that there's more champions, but also the fact that there's dragons really close to it, and there's a support who can act as a tech and jungler if they cannot find anything worth in lane to like play through.
Punish,
So
yeah,
exactly.
Well, I can just say, so we'll be going back into the next game soon, but we can confirm that LegendJerry's team is back on blue side. So just real quick, Hi, what do you think they need to do to win this game?
Yeah, so I think it's just back to what I was saying earlier. Like they have blue side, they just need to do the same bans. They can get the Seraphine early as they are on blue side. They have to let Bernie get the Udyr if they have to let it through. You know, Lush can play the Hecarim, or he can play like some of the new junglers like Morgana. As you've seen in that last game, like Morgana can like out farm, outpace Udyr, and completely nullify him with that Black Shield, which he can't really get rid of by himself.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Exciting stuff. So we'll go to a break now, and then right into Champ Select for Game 4 of this great series thus far. We are into picks and bans for Game 4, potentially the final game of this Rivalry Captain's Draft final. Team LegendJerry find themselves 2-1 down after being run underfoot, I think is the best way to put it, in that third game here. They've chosen to go back onto blue side, which I think is crucial given how the fight over this top lane matchup, specifically put Bacon on Vegan's champion pool, is affecting this series. But I mean, as the Analyst Desk noted as well, the bot lane 2v2 has kind of been almost a key indicator as to which team has been taking these games. So I'd be curious to see whether teams acknowledge that and look to focus a little bit more, or if it's still a case of making sure that Put Bacon on Vegan has the kind of carry champion that he wants.
Yeah, we'll see if Bernpup's team let that Mordekaiser through this time, or if they will still try and choke out that champ pool with the Aurelia ban. I think they are already looking to whittle down Put Bacon on Vegan's champ pool, but we'll see. One of the Udyr or the Seraphine are already getting through, but this time LegendJerry's team will actually take away the Seraphine. And I think the Mordekaiser pick has to come through now, because that first pick value has been lost a lot, I think, for the side of LegendJerry's team once that Mordekaiser is down, as Udyr is something that Bernpup's team has been happy to let through either way.
Oh,
so
there it is.
It'll be interesting to see now what LegendJerry's first pick comes through, as I think the first pick priority has been, the value has been lost quite a bit.
Yeah, the Senna is the pick that they've been banning previously, and they're looking to keep open. The Rumble, I'm assuming last time we talked up potential counter pick ability. I'm assuming it's a placeholder. If you're blind picking Rumble now, when you're kind of back against the wall, it's kind of a bit insane. And you do hear that it is a Senna for them. So this time, leaving it up, grabbing it for themselves. A lot of options on the other side, though. There's the jungle matchup that they can get a control of. We're seeing the Cassiopeia hovered, and it's going to be taken here. Inbog with a huge performance on that last game. Maybe looking to run it back.
Yeah, they already know the ADC, or at least one of the bot lane pair that Cassiopeia is going into. So, just like the Sivir in the last game, they're happy to take the Cassiopeia in a lane they think it won't get as bullied out as some of the other potential ADCs that can maybe harass it a bit more, as well as their Morgana immediately taken for the side of Bernpup team. We saw it go into the jungle last game, but I think they're keeping their cards maybe close to their chest. Maybe it could potentially still be a solo lane or a support Morgana. But we'll see now what Lush takes. He does take, I think, the Dr. Mundo. It has been showing some prevalence in the top lane, but it can also go into the jungle.
I would expect the jungle more than anything. Still, I'm a little curious. I suppose that it kind of just doesn't care about the Morgana. I think a little bit. It'll take the Dark Binding and just be like, all right, you're never killing me though. But even so, I'm wondering, the swap up is a bit of a different thing. The Echo pick though, coming through here, they know they're not going against the Irelia at this time, and if it's a case of Yan going back on one of those control mages, I think we saw LegendJerry happy to feast on that with this Echo pick.
Yeah, we already seen quite a bit of healing coming out on the side of LegendJerry's team, as all three champs so far, that Rumble being the Senna, benefit a lot, but also get punished a lot by grievous wounds. So I'd like to see a champ that does easily opt into the grievous wounds, as the Victor is picked up for Ian. So that Morgana not going into the Echo in the mid lane, as it would have been a nice counter pick to the freedom that Jerry had in the previous lane, or in the second game, the one in which they won. This time, the Yone being taken away, as Bernpup's team is still looking to take away a lot of champs from Pupaken and Vegan.
Yeah, it's 4 bans away from him in this draft. We'll see if it's the full house here with ban number 5. The Shen being dropped from Null, though, the respect coming through. It is the Malphite ban, so 5 champions being taken away from the top laner of Team LegendJerry, showing him the respect. 2 more added onto the pile as they deny the Shen and the Gangplank. This top lane champion pool has been squeezed probably as tight as it can go in these picks and bans here. And the Volibear will be the response here. We're thinking that's Morgana jungle, but it could obviously go support, and they could put the Volibear jungle as well. We have ideas as to where these champions are going to go, but there's still that flexibility there that I think Team LegendJerry do have to consider.
Yeah, the Volibear is something that has been taken away in the second phase of bans, typically by the side of LegendJerry, but this time opting to take away the Shen and the GP as the Vayne comes through. That's interesting. It means the Senna is support, but I don't think Vayne is a pick that can punish that Cassiopeia. As you see the final pick, the Lulu.
Okay,
to the top lane.
Hang on. Okay, is it the Vayne top? Alright, there's a few questions being raised here, but it could be the Vayne top, it could be with the Senna Lulu bot lane. But like I said, we're kind of still waiting on exactly where we see these goes. Is the beauty of the placeholders, you kind of have to wait a little extra time on it. Last pick coming through here to round out the draft will be the Poppy coming through. Alright, so my thoughts is that it's actually Morgana being flexed as support here. It will be the Volibear jungle and the Poppy in the top lane. We can see them kind of indicating that with those swaps coming through. A little bit of flexibility there towards the end of the draft, as Bernie's going to forsake the Morgana here for this game and go back to a much more typical pick for him in that Volibear.
Yeah, looking at the comps straight away, though, one thing that starts to stick out is Bernpup's damage composition, as they do have a lot of magic damage. The Cassiopeia, the Morgana, and the Victor, and even the Volibear isn't pure physical. He relies a lot on the Keystone, even press the attack to do a lot of physical damage in the early game, but he's still a lot more mixed damage than most carries as the Stormbringer and the Stormcaller, and his abilities still do magic damage. So he is a lot more mixed than most champs. And then that Poppy in the top lane, or at least we expect it to be in the top lane and not anything crazy like support, is pretty much the sole source of physical damage for the side of Bernpup.
Yeah, it's it may make it tough for them to deal with the Mundo when that comes through. Will be the the Vayne going against the Poppy here, and I mean, we want to see put bacon vegan on carries, and I guess that's one way to do it. We'll see what kind of impact it does have, and I think as well, kind of offering that real good, consistent damage throughout the game, combined with the Senate as well, will be potent, or will be scary, I think, to go against late, as you will find yourself facing a lot of sustained damage in these fights, but also quite squishy. All they have to do is go around the Mundo, and they can get onto the backline here. The Lulu is obviously there to protect, but still, I mean, the heals will have to be on point. The grievous wounds will have to be less so, I think, in order for Team LegendJerry to execute on a composition that is coming out of left field.
Yeah, and I think one of the key factors you hit on is consistent DPS, as if it's not Cassiopeia, and even with the Cassiopeia, the Mundo will got a lot of value in this composition, as the more magic resist that Mundo builds into, the happier he is. And realistically, he just doesn't need to worry about Volibear or Poppy bursting him down, especially as he hits his second item. So yeah, that Mundo I think gets a lot of value in this composition, but as you said, a squishy backline. If that Senna and that Vayne get jumped on or get hit by any of the CCs from the side of Bernpup, then they can get blown up very quickly.
Right, 30 seconds on the clock. These compositions coming through now fully on the board. Do you think that Team LegendJerry will be able to take us to a game 5, or do you think that Team Bernie has it in the bag?
Yeah, I favor LegendJerry's, I think, a lot more. As I said, I'm just so worried about the damage composition for the side of Bernpup that I think a point will be reached where Dr. Mundo can just run down everyone, and even if he does get CC chain, that he'll just be too tanky with too much MR for Bernpup's team to kill him, and he could just become unstoppable.
All right, we'll see if Silver Scrapes are on the horizon or whether Team Bernpup can't close it out as we go to our 3-minute break, getting ready for Game 4 of the series. See you guys in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on to so. Yeah. Ah, okay. Pause comes through mid sentence. All right. Quick rundown of keystones, summoner spell choices. Once again, 4 teleports taken. We've seen how important it is to get control of the bot lane, and we'll see all 4 of these solo laners go down to that bot lane here. Anything major? Take your fancy, Xenolot. Anything spicy coming through from either of these teams?
Yes. Niall has grasp, or the Guardian. I hope he knows he cannot proc that in a solo lane. So maybe it was a mistake. Maybe I'm missing something. But yeah, that seems like a pretty big mispickup. It means
Or
put
he's
bacon in
expecting top ganks all day, all the time, where he can put that to you. Yeah, it's a bit of an odd one. Kind of, I guess useless. Would have preferred maybe something like, don't know how
grasp.
easy.
He
Yeah,
procs it with
Pop,
his passive.
yeah, Pop, you can proc the grasp with the passive. I mean, Aftershock as well obviously kind of gives you value, especially if you want to get onto the vein. If you can get up close, then pretty handy for you to proc it. So, yeah, kind of a little awkward in that one, but we'll see. Maybe he knows something more than we don't, and we'll get some value out of it here. But unpause has been hit. We are now loaded into the game for, as we said, potentially the final game, as the miracle run for Team Bernpup, a team that couldn't win a match in the group stage, has found their footing when we got to the playoffs here and have managed to clutch out every single win that they've needed to get themselves, and now they find themselves one game away from taking the tournament in its entirety. But Team LegendJerry, I said, these guys were the pre-tournament favorites. They came in with all of the hype and now looking to prove it with a bit of a twist on what they've been playing so far today. And we got to start with this top lane. The Vayne top coming through from Put Bacon on Vegan. Unexpected entirely. The huge focus towards him in Champ Select. And he has gone for, I think, the major solo queue pick here. And I'm curious, Xenolot, as what you're expecting out of him throughout this game, and as this big carry player, what his role is going to be for his team.
Yeah, I think a lot was expected from Put Bacon on Vegan, but throughout the series, we're really seeing the effects of his, I can't deny it, shallow champ pool, where it is starting to be stretched thin. He tried the Akali in the last game, but wasn't able to make good use of it. Has to opt into the Vayne in this game, and we'll see if he pops off or we are going Vayne spotting, as I think he will have an easier time in this lane. I think it is a fine lane for Vayne into that Poppy. But that being said, with the Mundo in the jungle, I think he's extremely susceptible to ganks, especially if his flash gets burned at any point, and that Bernpup will make or try and really punish him being on his own in the top side. And that even if it comes into a 2v2, even if Lush is there on that Mundo, that how long they take to get going, especially for both of them, that it might be too little too late for him to carry the game.
Certainly, we'll have eyes on that, and I think both Put Bacon on Vegan and Niall will have one eye on the wall in the top lane, as both these champions can make good use of it. I'm going to swap over to the jungle now, as I think for the first time this series we see Bernie on a jungle champion that he's been popping up on so far this tournament. The Volibear coming out for him. A big early ganking jungler, whereas Lush has opted for the Mundo, who you would imagine is just looking to farm to a point where he can stack up a ton of MR and try and make himself as unkillable as possible.
Yeah, I mentioned it in the top lane dynamic that this Mundo just wants to be left alone for as much as possible, but I think other than in the mid lane, that Bernpup has the bot and the top lane that get that prior. We already seen happening a bit in the bot lane when Bulk and SMB are getting that push. It does mean he can opt into the invades, as we see a potential gank already in the mid lane.
Yeah, the early Volibear play coming through there. Flash is going to be followed by the volley. Stun comes through. Sky Splitter will set that one up. Team captain getting the first blood for his team early in game 4.
Yeah, and what should be the stable lane for LegendJerry's team, the lane that We saw in that second game, in that one game they've won so far, where LegendJerry was able to just punish Ian, and despite having the TP this time around instead of the Ignite, which didn't mention in the earlier part of the game or in the earlier analysis, should have an even more stable lane where you should be able to control the wave a lot more, but just not respecting that early gank from Volibear and getting punished for it, having to lose the flash and his life and giving over that first blood.
And not the position that he will want to be in. Probably was eyeing up that mid lane matchup here. I think we were set to talk about how good of a performance he had in this exact matchup in game 2, but he is now facing this on hard mode here, being set behind like this. You can already see he's down 10 CS, he's down his flash, and he's going to really have to watch his step now in this mid 1v1. Having a quick look at the bot lane as well, as we kind of haven't touched on that just yet. Voltum Nexus, for the most part, at the start of the series, they were looking for him on those big late game carry champions, but he's taken a step back here now on the Senna alongside the Lulu here. Do you think that these champions going to have the stuff to fight against what was a powerhouse in the Imbal Cassio here, going up against it once more?
Yeah, in contrast to the previous one with that Lulu, I think being the key factor that's changed from the last game rather than the ADC switch up, that instead of either support being on that kind of engage, counter engage style, they're both on the enchanters in the enchantresses or enchanters, as they both want to poke them out a lot more rather than get those engages in. So Cassiopeia does lose a little bit of value, as she will have a little bit of trouble following up with the miasma, unless a dark binding hits, which will be a lot harder in this lane. But Voltum next, we saw him get his comfort in Jinx in the first game, and it just didn't work out well. And we saw him just get left alone a lot in the team fights, and I think the same will be said for this game, but this time, as I said, the Lulu is there to back him up. Like the others on his team with the Mundo and the Vayne, he does want to scale up a lot, so there's a lot of scaling on the side of LegendJerry's team. But I feel like if they do start to fall behind, that it will be very difficult for them to come back in, as they could start to get steamrolled very early on if what happens in the last game where everything just spiraled out of control from the bot lane happens again, then it could spell very early doom for LegendJerry's team.
Yeah, the bot lane, like we said earlier on, the Analyst Desk pointed out, has been kind of the precursor to which team is taking the game here. And for the first 6 minutes, it's been pretty even. Slight CS advantage and earlier recall for Imbal, but even so, no crazy lane breaking plays have been made just yet, and as a result, that Drake not really an option for either of these teams right now. As you can see, both junglers as well kind of prowling around the top side instead. Lush with the earlier farm advantage, you probably would expect, as he's been sticking more to those camps, whereas Bernie has spent quite a bit of time peeking in the mid lane, trying to see if he can find yet another kill onto the Echo, who's been kept under the pressure there. And Mundo kind of maybe waiting for a point when the ganks will come a little bit easier to him.
Yeah, I think both junglers opting into that farming style now after that first gank from Bernpup benefits Lush a lot more. He's a lot happier to get that earlier farming or to get that farming style off, as yeah, the small CS discrepancy now appearing as Lush is just getting the respawns just slightly ahead of Bernpup. But yeah, I think Bernpup will be looking to make another gank now happen in the next minute or two, especially since LegendJerry still doesn't have that flash. He does have the ult now though, but has had a lot of trouble, I think, finding a lane to gank. I thought top lane would be more volatile, as every time we've panned to it, the Vayne has had that Poppy under her turret, and it will be so again in the next minute. Whereas the opposite is true for the bot lane, where Imbolg and SLB have just been keeping Voltum next and waited pair under their turret, as we see a fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, Ian
Vayne
having
has
the
to bring a
flash there, as LegendJerry beginning to find a little bit of the pressure that he was getting onto the Victor when they faced off previously. However, the Prio bot lane does afford that first Drake to Team Bernpup here, so they get themselves ticking on that counter nicely. And and we'll see what else they can get for themselves. It's Fire Drake next, so it will be either a Mountain Soul or Cloud Soul for either team in this game. Top lane, though, a lot of damage on to put Bacon on Vegan as he takes a trade. I don't think he really wanted to, and Null showing that he has more than what he needs to face off 1v1 against the Vayne.
Yeah, the Guardian might actually just be for the mid to late game. Maybe it's a deliberate pickup by the side of Niall, as it looks like he didn't even need that aftershock. In fact, he doesn't, I think, even want to proc it. Or no, it procs on the W, so he will proc it on the tumble. But Niall not even needing that extra armor and more to take those trades against Put Bacon or Vegan in this early part of the game. And as he starts to opt into that early armor, as he starts to get that steel caps, will, for the next few minutes, start to get a little scary as SLB lands that binding.
Yeah, and immediately they're going to pull the trigger on the play with level 6s available and Voltum next, taking a ton of damage. He'll go down to SLB. A Birdie in perfect position to turn off the tower with the Stormbringer too. 2 more kills for Team Bernpup here, and they are looking in fine shape to take this series here in Game 4.
Yeah, and as I said just a minute ago, that they will be looking, or Bernpup, I thought was looking, Ansi was starting to look to get some gank off, and I think he would have been happy to die, but SLB landing that Dark Binding on Voltum next, as he did try to get that, just that extra CS, but Voltum next getting just locked down, not even able to flash over the miasma, and then Weighted Pair left by himself, got nearly one shot by Bernpup under his own turret, just got immediately chunked out, wasn't even level 6, didn't have the wild growth to keep himself alive, and I thought Bernpup would just be happy to take that Drake, as they did pick up the first Drake a minute ago, but turns out that he wanted those kills too, and another great pickup for the side of Bernpup as we see a 2k goal lead start to emerge.
And that's what really going to break the game open as well. Very, very early chem tank coming through too for this Volley Bear. So he'll be speeding into lanes even quicker than he was before. You can see the Condemn used to try put Bacon on Vegan to safety, but they are relentless now. They follow him. Both flashes used, but the Vayne is able to get away with enough movement here. And now maybe Lush going to try see if he can turn something around. He is against the Volley though with the full completed item, but the Mundo is just going to hammer away. And there is no one to get Birdie out of the situation. He drops the Sky Splitter though, and that's more than enough defense and CC to get him out to safety there. Lush using his flash to try to finish off that play, but he's not going to find it. However, we see maybe some of the issues that this Mundo can present, and they're going to use the Rift Herald top 2 to try get some gold into the pockets of this Vayne. Niall going to stick in. A lot of damage coming on to put Bacon on Vegan, and he will go down, and Lush is there to take it as well. Those plates are going to be nothing when you're offering over 2 more kills to the opposing team. Lush does have the sadism on, and it will allow him to get out alive, so it is just 1. However, overstaying their welcome there and punished for it.
Yeah, and Niall punishing the fact that Put Bacon on Vegan got chunked so hard from the earlier gank, and I think even Lush got punished a little bit, as we saw what happened when Bernpup turned as Lush was trying to chase him down through that tri-bush. Bernpup didn't have the Stormbringer, but as soon as he turned around, press the attack against Lush, he was just able to punish it, as more trades in the bot lane as Imbolg is starting to be taken low. But
Ethiopia eagerly fishing for those trades, but kind of needs to keep an eye. However, once again, they're in a good spot to just establish pressure in that area to make sure that they are advanced for the next Drake, which is spawning. Given the advantage that their team has as well, they should be in a fantastic position. Actually using it to maybe try fish for a recall to just ensure that their inventories are fully topped up. We're likely going to see the mythics come out here, and anyone who's missing it will be probably lagging behind a little bit in the fight, and this could be a pretty big one breaking out over this Drake if both teams want to commit.
Yeah, and we see Put Bacon on Vegan, no TP on that Vayne, as Lush is spotted out in this tri-bush.
Yeah, gonna pop the sadism, or gonna pop the speed up here to try get into this one with the back of the Whymsy from Weighted Pair, but I mean, he's a Mundo, a little bit of crowd control, and you can stop him from getting anywhere near you, so nice for him to help out his bot lane there, but still, no kills on the board yet for Team LegendJerry. They just have not found the opportunities. Maybe trying to see what they can do with the Drake setup here, but given the strength of the champions they're against, the Volley Bear, who now has the Merc Treads on top of that chem tank, is looking like it could be very tricky.
Yeah, Lush is walking up, but the TP comes out from Ian.
Yep, he's just confirming that he's there, making sure that he doesn't miss it, establishing the presence, and establishing control of this Drake pit to make it number 2 for Team Bernpup. Mountain Soul, once again, we've seen a lot of those this series, and I believe all the Mountain Souls we've seen so far have been in games that Team Bernpup have won, so it could be an omen for things to come. Certainly would fit in with the narrative that we've seen so far here in Game 4, as they have been in control ever since they've been able to find that play. Although, Ian, he wants to watch out. He's taking a heap of damage. LegendJerry going to find the Chaos Storm in his face, though, and Bernie is there as well. Jumps back in, but the Chrono Break offers him up to the tower, to the Volley Bear, and the kill to the Victor. 5-0 for Team Bernpup.
Yeah. As that happened as well, Weighted Pair nearly got cut out in the bot side. Had to pop the Wild Growth, and that does mean the first turret goes over to Imbog and SMB. And we are seeing the replay of that dive, but LegendJerry, we haven't been noting it, but LegendJerry has been constantly going on Ian in this mid lane. As soon as the convergence is up, he has been trying to get those stuns off, as we see a gank in the top lane.
Lush going to look for the play here. The steadfast presence he does not care about here. Now it's down. Final hour used. Put bacon on vegan. Going to be firing away here. Not going to hit the knockback with the heroic charge. Gets the shield off the passive as well. A couple more autos will be needed. The last silver boats proc is going to be enough. First kill of the game, and it does go to the Vayne.
Yeah, Niall just running out of mana, just didn't, and overstepped in that top lane, and Lush finally being able to get something off on the map beyond that first Rift Herald, as we do see him start up the second, and SMB is up there. We'll see if he pokes his head in, as Put Bacon and Vegan is off the map, but in fact he should take it for free, as the mid lane turret does go down for LegendJerry.
I mean, he's
see a
0-2, but you can see the pressure he's had. However, once again, Bernie just sneaking in, trying to catch out the overextended Echo and offer up another kill over to his Victor. Meanwhile, Lush was trying to get the Rift Herald, and did not have nearly enough support for that. He'll also offer it himself over, I guess. I'm a little bit a little bit surprised at that one going through. However, 2 more on the board for Team Bernpup. They'll grab themselves a Rift Herald too. They continue to just establish, and we're beginning to see a bit of a repeat of what we saw last game.
Yeah, Lush just no business being in that Rift Herald spot. As I said, Imbog and SOB had rotated up top, and SOB trying to establish the vision, and then Put Bacon and Vegan had also backed off the map. So just get caught doing that Rift Herald by his lonesome. We now see another repeat gank on LegendJerry in that mid lane by Bernpup. Unlike the second game, the one they won, Bernpup not allowing that Echo to freely do what he wants, whereas in that previous game we had seen Victor and Echo roam around the map a lot, get a lot of pressure off in the side lanes. This time both Ian and LegendJerry happy to handshake that mid lane and stay there and stay put while farming it up. Does mean LegendJerry did pick up quite a bit of plates and that turret early on. Not the first blood turret, but he did pick it up. But it does mean he's a lot more susceptible to those ganks.
Yeah, and we see, speaking of susceptible to ganks here, Niall trying to see if he can catch out Put Bacon on Vegan, but the Vayne with the Condemn will keep Niall at an arm's length. Make sure that he's not caught out here. However, that mid lane is just so tentative creeping up, because I'm not sure they really have enough vision control for the Vayne to feel fully safe walking past halfway. I was waiting out towards their own side, getting some farm in as you see the moves coming out here. And now the moves, the engage connects, and there is no chance at escaping. Beautifully executed there to lock down Put Bacon on Vegan and keep him from escaping, even with the flash available here. They use the Rift Herald right after as well to knock down that mid lane tower too. There is nothing stopping Team Bernpup here in this final.
Yeah, this Poppy counter pick is actually just doing so much work against that Vayne in the top lane, as Put Bacon and Vegan kind of lulled into a sense of security, I think, a minute ago, when Ian and Niall were both just hanging around in that mid lane for a sec, for almost a full minute, and not trying to do anything on him, so he was just freely autoing him. We saw him condemn that Poppy into the wall there as well. But just being lulled into a false sense of security as that flash charge from Poppy came out so fast that instead of flashing away, Bacon and Vegan tried to tumble, got stunned up, and then just got locked down by the volley bear. And so another kill going over into the hands of Bernpup, and this time means a 4k goal, nearly 4k goal lead for the side of Bernpup, and not even 20 minutes into the game as the third Drake is taken as well.
3 Drakes, 4k gold. Well, 3.5k gold, I think, to be more precise at this current moment in time. But yep, it's looking good. I mean, they have a lot of late game damage coming through between the Cassiopeia, the Victor. They can do a lot here. Obviously, the MR stack is something to worry about, but even so, I think right now they possess such a lead and are able to freely execute on a lot of the squishy members on Team LegendJerry's side that it's looking pretty grim. I'm not sure what kind of adaptation they can make right now, because it seems like anytime they step forward, they get punished. You can see how well that Team Bernpup are executing in a lot of these scenarios here. And their last game, they were struggling to take down the towers. This time is no such issue, as they've already taken down 2. They have a lot of space to work with on the map as well. You can see the volley bear prowling around that blue side jungle to see if he can generate any picks for himself. They've got the third one now in the top lane here to balloon that goal lead even more. It is just clinical for Team Bernpup in this final game, who are looking definitely like the better team right now.
Yeah, the same reason that Bernpup's team in the last game were able to control objectives is still true for this one. They have that Victor, and they have the Cassiopeia and the Morgana, but this time with that volley bear threatening with the Stormbringers, threatening to storm or to turn off the turret, means they can threaten turrets a lot more, and they can just freely walk up, as LegendJerry's team has to be super wary.
He's just going to have the Chaos Storm dumped on him, but the Echo is slippery enough to get away from a situation like that. However, when he's not able to just freely trade against the Victor like we've seen him try to do all series, you know something's up. It's... Yeah, I mean, just zero of the advantages that Team LegendJerry would have expected whatsoever.
Yeah, I think a key factor is that Bernpup was able to recognize the fact that the Echo was a counter pick in the previous game, as it looks like the game just started as all of LegendJerry's team. That seemed really weird to me. Maybe it was just me all leaving the base at the same time, but all resetting at the same time. But yeah, and LegendJerry just not been able to get as far ahead, not as able to snowball as he did in that win in the second game, means Ian is able to trade a lot more freely, and some of the kills from the ganks from Bernpup did go over to Ian, and he does have that void.
Bernie's going to run on and get to vault him next. Flash wall growth used, and the volley bear not able to generate a pick just yet. And now Lush trying to lead some sort of counter charge. However, he is going to be kept in place for years as the crowd control chain comes through. And Bernie look for the re-engage with the Stormbringer here. In bulk as well, finds the Lulu on the side of the fight. Puppet going to jump in, but once again he's in the miasma, rushed into the wall by Niles Poppy. And Bernie just will not die as he re-engages for a third time in the fight. And this time it's a success, as they get 4 kills in that mid lane. The last remaining member is in the bot lane for Team LegendJerry, which is almost certainly meaning that's a Baron going over to Team... Oh, no! Oh, no. Disaster. Oh, you hate to see it.
Yeah, we see the initial fight, Lush just running in, and Imbolg and Bernpup and SLB just trying to kill him, realizing they can't, and deciding, oh, we'll just kill your carry instead, and running on to Weighted Pair and Voltum next, as they see Lush just regenning, and LegendJerry just not respecting the second turret shot, didn't use the chrono break to heal himself. He might have died anyway, but holding on to it, as Ian using that death ray to just slow down LegendJerry, make sure he got that second turret hit in, or took that second turret shot, as the Baron goes over to Bernpup, and we are waiting on that Earth Soul now, as... Oh, Weighted Pair.
Yeah.
Just accept it.
Yep. There you go. SLB granted the kill. Yeah, no Majais for LegendJerry this time around, as I don't think he's quite in a position where he's getting used out of that item. Yeah, this is just a slaughter. I mean, there's no other way to put it. 14-1 in kills. It's going to be a very, very early Mountain Soul going to Team Bernpup. They're using the Baron buff as well, just to make sure they get as many towers as possible. Very crucial for a team like this without the marksman. So it's, I mean, I'm trying to think: is there any option for Team LegendJerry at all? But it's so doomed. The 8,500 gold down now. They're about to find themselves fighting against the Mountain Soul. Like, I don't know how many miracles you would need in a row to somehow turn this around.
Yeah, I talked about the damage composition from Bernpup's team in the early game, but if they're just this far ahead, it doesn't matter, as well as the fact that the Earth Soul just goes over for free. They don't even get to contest it. As yeah, we see just having those 3-4 squishies on the side of LegendJerry's team means the only one who can opt into MR, as Jerry is just dying for this.
Okay, he gets the tower and he gets the Chrono Break out. Ian's going to try follow him here. See if he can get close enough. This Victor's zooming quite fast with the face rush through. Flashing forward to try to get the kill, and he does get it. I mean, I guess Jerry gets the tower, but gives over his life yet again. 0-5 and 0. And he has a look bot lane. Sees the other 4 members of Team Bernpup tearing through any structure they can find. Binding hits onto Voltum next, and what's been a series to forget for him. Seeing who else that the Volibear can find here. Looking for the Lulu once more. Not able to get to it just yet. Lush looking for an angle on the side, but this Mundo just has not had the chance to get enough resists coming through, as he's not doing anything to these 4 members. Teleport being used as well. It is just horrific to watch.
Yeah, it's not one person popping off. It's a complete control of the map, or of the game, by Bernpup's team, where you see just in the shutdowns alone that the shutdowns are spread out, and that is a good indicator of the spread out of the gold, whereas Bernpup is one of the most furthest ahead, that even Ian, who is throughout the series historically behind LegendJerry, at least 500-600 gold at the minimum, now has almost a 1k gold lead himself, and yeah, nearly 2.5k gold lead as well in bulk over Voltum next. And yeah, there's just, it's looking pretty doomed for the side of LegendJerry, as almost all of their squishies, they do still need to scale up to pump out that damage, but with that Earth Drake, it just puts them even further behind, as Lush gets cut out but will pop the sadism, as Bernpup's team just doesn't even want to entertain it, as LegendJerry is farming the wave, but does he realize he's by himself?
If they want to turn up to the Echo, he's definitely dying. 2 levels down on Ian. Going to jump in for the trade, but it's tough for him to really work through the Victor, and Niall has joined to make this an impossibility for the Echo. He's already burnt through the Chrono Break, and Niall will burn through him. 17-1 in kills. I mean, that says pretty much everything in this game. Yeah, there's not much to not much to really comment on here, unfortunately, as it's going to be a slow death. I think they're just waiting to get their waves in place, but an inevitable death, I think, given the current state.
Yeah, maybe if it was a closer game, we could have seen this indecision, or this inability to close out games, as Bernpup just running down Voltum X.
Yep, the Senna trying to root the Volibear, but the Volley Cow unstoppable in that scenario. 5-0 and 6. I say these KDAs, but I mean they're clean across the board. There's been that one blemish on Niall, who 4-1 and 4, but I mean dominated the top lane here, made some big plays in the team fights, and yeah, they can just do whatever they want at this point. Looking for that top tier 3 here. Final layer going to be popped by Put Bacon on Vegan as he tries to keep himself away from the Volibear. Condemn use, but Niall just says, alright, if he can't, I can. Jumps onto Put Bacon on Vegan, who's flashing away with support of his Lulu. Weighted pair will fall. LegendJerry just have to flee from his own base here and watch it be ripped to pieces. And the team coming in as the underdogs, the rough group stage was usurped by a fantastic run through the playoffs here as they get them together. Their players step up across the board. Huge performances from the bot lane throughout, and Niall as well, a massive performer on the back of the team captain. Burn Cow, who put in a monstrous shift throughout, and they will take the final against the pre-tournament favorites here. One last victory lap here as they run down Put Bacon on Vegan for the 4th time this game, as they get the kills on the Fountain, as they turn their attention towards the Nexus and towards finishing off the series. It's Team Bernpup. We'll get a couple more kills, but the screen freezes. That will be a Team Bernpup will be the Rivalry Captain's Draft champions.
Yeah, and that's all she wrote, as the first 2 games looking so close. That first game was so back and forth. That second game going in the favor of LegendJerry, but these last 2 games, Burnpup's team, the ability to draft, the champion pool ocean, as well as the fact that the recognizing where LegendJerry has their strengths and their weaknesses throughout the draft meant that Burnpup's team just came out on top, I think, in the 3rd and 4th game from before even 0-0 on the clock.
Yeah, so just before we close this out and throw it back to the analyst desk for one last deep dive into the series, Xenolot, who is specifically your finals MVP?
The 2 contenders have to be Burnpup, but I think my preference has to be to Imbolg. His weird champion picks, he drew a ban on Swain every game. His adaptation into Cassiopeia, punishing Voltum Next champion pool of non-punishing ADCs, as well as the fact that, yeah, I think as well as the actual damage and the way he played on Cassiopeia throughout the series, and as well as drawing the Sivir ban, particularly in that last game, enabled the Cassiopeia as well. I think the other contender is Burnpup, rather than that blemish of the second game on the Jin Zhao, which was a little questionable. But my personal one is Imbolg.
All right, here it was Imbolg. I'm going to go a little bit different here. Oh, Jesus, I think that massive shifts put in for them across the board. I mean, obviously, Bernie, team captain, fantastic performance. As you said, Imbolg, just huge for them. The Cassiopeia pick really turning the series around. Niall with huge performances in game 3 and in game 4 to just turn things. And I mean, SLB with, I think, highlight moments throughout the evening. If I had to pick one, I don't know. It's a tough decision. My gut tells me to go. I think Niall had a fantastic series across the board this evening. I think that, yeah, obviously a few slip ups in game 1, but for the most part, he was really solid, whether it be on the gangplank or the tanks later on, just delivering and with massively impactful performances in both of those final games. So I'll give it to him, but I think that a lot of the players in the team would be deserving. But
Yeah.
for myself, it's a lot anyway. That will be it. We're going to, like I said, we're going to throw it back to the analyst desk in just 1 second to break down the series and give us a full look at how Team Burnpup won the captain's draft.
Hello and welcome to the Analyst Desk. We're here, having just witnessed a 3-1 victory for Team Bernpup. High's predictions on point. Genius analytic brain he's got. And you know what? I think, first of all, big congratulations to the winners from myself and I'm sure the other guys as well. But just to match up with Xenolot and Whymsy, I think we're just going to get our MVPs for the series as well. We'll start off with High here. Can I get your MVP? And the reason?
So it's actually really close for me. Of course, I want to give kudos to my fellow jungler. You know, Birdie performed like an absolute unit the entire series. You know, he had one. I think he had 3 special picks this entire series, and he's performed well in nearly all of them. And I think that it's almost deserving of the MVP, but I think I have to give my MVP to Nile3 because that man, the entire series, has shown time and time again that he is one of, I think, if not the best Div 2 top laner right now. I think he could give people like Vanishing Potato and Eating Beans a run for their money. He has a really good champion pool. Like he's got a really good. He's not like he can play weak side. He can play carry. Like he's everything you would want in like a Div 2 top laner, and that's why I think he's my MVP.
Okay, I mean, persuading anyway. So, Blank, let's hear your MVP.
So as much as I agree with High in the sense that Nile3 really showed up the series, played both weak side and strong side, and even though he played weak side, he won the lane. I would more so be inclined to say that that kind of comes from the fact of kind of misplays from the enemy top laner. For me personally, I think Bernpup deserves the MVP for my part. Every time I've watched the series, everything that happened on the map always was like orchestrated by Bernpup, should we say? So all the bot lane wins, Bernpup was always there to kind of be able to gank on the lanes, looks at the wave states, etc., right? First time in that last game where Vayne was top lane, Flash was burnt as Poppy went in because Bernie was again there. So Bernie just being really, really good at reading the map, knowing where he needs to be at all times, and just showing how good of a jungler he is, knowing how to like make influence, which lanes are winning, which lanes are not winning, and just knows at each moment what he should be doing. It was really, really impressive and very efficient in terms of pathing. So I think Bernie for me definitely takes the MVP.
Okay. I mean, another big persuading argument there. For me, I'm gonna have to side with High on this one. I'm gonna give it to Nile3. But it's very close for me between Nile3, Imbolg, and Bernie. But Bernie, I feel like he performed very well, but I'd kind of expect that level of performance from Bernie. He's currently in Diamond 1. He's the captain of the team. He is meant to be this star player, right? Nile3 is not quite at the same like star caliber as Bernie, but he's he's a threat for them. But he's against Put Bacon on Vegan, a Diamond 1 top laner, and he's winning lane in most games. So yeah, a shout out to Imbolg though, because my god, the man's drawing 2 bans every ban phase. He's picking Cassio. He's just a threat all around. But I think all across the series, including in the game they lost, I think Nile3 has been the MVP for me. So don't know why I keep calling him Nile3. By the way, he should probably get promoted to Nile1 now. He's just 1, so hey. But right, while we wait for our interview, which I can confirm will be with Super AD Carry Imbolg, why don't we just talk about that last game and more importantly the shocking pick in the Vayne top. Blank, I know you had a lot of feelings about it, so do you want to maybe let the people know?
Negative more so than positive, but yeah. Comp. So draft phase is looking really, really nice for the side of LegendJerry's team in the first 3 picks. So obviously a bit of a missed draft coming in from Team Bernpup. So you're drafting Cassio early with no real mobility on the enemy team shown yet because the first pick was Senna and you take Cassio. So it's not the same as Sivir because Senna actually able to press the lane, punish you much more because you're Cassio early game and you use a lot of mana. Also, the fact that she doesn't give you the free lane to scale. and Senna scales with you really, really well because she scales infinitely. And then you also had Morgana, which again, okay, it's a good flex, but it's a lot of AP damage to be drafting in the first 2 picks, which was followed straight by Mundo, which was an amazing pick because he's really, really good into AP champions, and then Echo as well, which not really a fan of the blind, but whatever. And then again Victor, another AP champion, really bad into Echo as well, was definitely not a fan of the pick. And then you get your bans. I can't remember what was picked for it. What did they go for? Was it Volibear, right? And then
Yeah.
you just all you have to do is pick Ornn top lane and Karma support, and you just won in draft. There's nothing else you can do. But instead, we see Davain top lane, who is a champion that, first of all, I thought was very misplayed. Like, has to be that puppy was keeping up in CS at almost all points in the game, which should not be happening, and it kind of requires a very camping kind of playstyle from your jungler, right? If you have the Vayne top, like she's very vulnerable to ganks, but what you want to do is help her like get through the laning phase and make her be able to go up 50 CS, get up 2 levels. But when you have Senna against Cassio bot lane, you kind of want to gank that lane as well. So now you're torn between two lanes to gank, and Vayne being so much easier to gank than Poppy is kind of just meant that Vayne was not doing a lot, just farming and not denying Poppy CS, and fell behind in the end, and yeah, just felt really, really bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, you touched on something else there as well, where the Echo pick, which worked so well into the Victor in game 2, I believe it was, just didn't have the same impact now. What do you think of Bernie's adaptation and his early ganks onto the Echo high? Do you think Echo should have maybe predicted it, or do you think that was just superb pathing and ganking from Bernpup Solibear?
I think it comes down to a mixture of Bernie just recognizing Volibear's power spikes. Like he clears really fast. He hits level 3. He can actually get level 4 really fast because of his jungle buffs, and his ganks in comparison to things like a Hecarim early. It is effective, but like Volibear has that early game damage, especially with PTA, and like his entire burst combo. And I think it's also partly due to the fact that Jerry is, well, I assume I can't like tell you exactly what it is, but it's probably due to the fact that like they're 2-1 down in the series. They're trying to they're trying to force themselves to make plays to like get ahead, and of course Bernie punished that heavily.
Okay, well, we have our winner in here for an interview ready to go. I believe it should be now, actually. Yeah. Here he is, super bot lane carry Imbolg. He's taken down Blank, Annihilation, Voltum Nex, Ted Blonde, all manner of super Irish AD carry. So Imbolg, how does it feel to win your first competition?
Yeah, I mean, this is my debut, I guess, into esports. So I think I'm really happy with my team, with how we progressed, and I guess my own performance. I kind of surprised myself with some of those picks, especially the Swain and the Cassiopeia were just in the moment. I look at the ADC list and I think I'm not an ADC person, but that's what I got put in, and that's what I played.
Well, I mean, you played it marvelously. I mean, in most games you're forcing 2 bans when I think it's safe to say most people would say that you would have been one of the weaker points of your team, right? But clearly you're showing up and saying, no, I'm actually the focal point. I'm the super carry, right?
I think there's something important about drawing bans. I mean, early on in the group stages, Bernie was taking a lot of bans. He'd get his Lilia Hecarim banned out, and I found that this just allowed me. It freed me up to play what I wanted and see what worked, and it ended up really working for us, where we had a lot of freedom in terms of our team, and we were able to create a team that worked well together.
Yeah. I mean, I know that for sure. You did knock me out as well, so I've experienced the Imbolg power firsthand. Maybe higher Blank. Either of you guys want to ask any questions to our super carry here?
Do you want to go first, Blank?
Yeah, I mean, I guess one thing that a lot of people can kind of say is the way you kind of play the bot lane is very different than what most people playing bot lane would perceive. So throughout the course of the tournament, we've seen a lot of picks come up, as in your Kaisers, your Jinx, your what else was played, like Zaya, your Ashes, even for the players who want to play that utility style. But all of these kind of revolve around the same idea, which is these are the AD carry champions. And we've rarely seen players come up with new ideas as to what bot lane can be. So for myself, I've been practicing Yone Yasuo, and yourself have brought out the Seraphine, the Swain, the Cassio. So, like, what kind of things do you see as the like bot lane, not just the ADC role, but like why do you think picks like this should be? Do you think picks like Cassio and your Seraphines and your Swains and any other non-traditional bot laners should be considered on par with other ADCs? And if you do, why?
I think that I guess AP carries or melee champions bot lane have historically been pretty powerful. I mean, we've seen them throughout professional play. We've seen them come up maybe because of item changes or champion reworks in just solo queue and ranked. I've never really thought that bot lane had to be an ADC. That's just how I play. I guess it's because I've been silver for silver to gold for the past 7 years. I just enjoy playing champions that make the bot lane feel a bit different. Like when I'm able to just mow down some minions with Swain and then just look for something rather than trying to weave my auto attacks constantly. Uh, it just makes it. It just suits my playstyle, I think, and I think anyone who's considering playing bot lane can just they shouldn't be constrained by the tier lists or by a specific pool of champions.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that is evident apparently. I mean, you've shown all the AD carry mains, what's what. And Hi, did you have anything you'd like to ask our superstar here before we move on to our next interview with the MVP?
Yeah, I actually, you brought up an interesting point about like you like being like a silver player this whole time. You actually definitely don't play like a silver player. You've 100% improved from when you started this tournament. I remembered like the most notable thing I remember about you is the MF flank in one of your scrims. It was like one of the funniest things I've ever seen. And you obviously that was like small. It's a small rookie error, but like you clearly don't make those kind of errors anymore. You've shown time and time again that you can like hold your own and even beat out these top tier AD carries, people that you don't expect to lose the bot lane. So tell me, what was the process for you to like improve over the course of the entire tournament?
Mhm. I really owe that to my roots, I guess. I've been playing with the Skeletal Boys for years. I've almost always been the lowest ranked person. I've one time the highest rank I've been was I think I hit Plat 4 in Flex because I was playing with Skeletal and I could only play with them in Flex once I got to Plat because they had all hit Diamond. So I've always been used to playing with people better than me and playing against people better than me. So I actually find that I play worse when I'm playing against worse players. When I'm playing in solo queue, I can't understand what's going through in people's heads. Whereas when I'm playing, a more high level game, it just makes more sense to me. I feel like uh, it's easier to work out the strategy of a high level player compared to someone in my own rank. And I think that being able to grind through solo queue and play well against worse people is a completely different skill to being able to hold your own in a tournament like this or when you're playing with friends who are much higher ranked than you.
So what you're saying is your fear for Bernpup's disapproval has led you to massive improvement.
Absolutely. I mean, we had a very we had a great team dynamic, I think, and I think Bernie would really solidified us together.
Yeah.
And I just think we had a great time, you know, and I always had a lot of support from people with all the memes and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, congratulations on winning. First tournament, first win. Bright future ahead of you, I'm sure. I think we'll be moving on to interview your top lane teammate, our MVP for the series, Niall, now, right?
I believe you are.
Okay. Hello, Niall.
Hello.
Super MVP of the series. Can I just say, right? Or well, can I just ask,
Okay.
what has made you such a genius top laner? Is it something you eat, or training regime?
Well, it's all about having a champion ocean, and a lot of the better top laners than me, like arguably, were like one tricks or could play two champs. So you could just ban them out, and then you pick a tank, and then you win. That's all you need.
That is an outstanding strategy, to be honest with you. Ban out the one tricks and just pick anything into them. Yeah, no, that's just got it. I wish I'd thought of that. Damn, unlucky.
Because
well,
furthermore, like it's also about fundamentals, right? So when you throw someone off their comfort champion and they don't know what to pick, or they pick Malphite or something, then like if you have loads of champions to play and you're comfortable picking into many matchups, you can play whatever you want, and you will always win lane because you're better at laning.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, you were winning lane against somebody who I think pre-tournament people would have said is probably the best top laner in this tournament, and you were winning in, I'd say, from my memory, all the games you were at least even, if not ahead. So it's very impressive stuff, to be honest with you.
Surprised myself, to be honest.
Well, maybe who else voted for you to be MVP? I believe it was Hi. So Hi, do you want to have any questions for your MVP as well?
Yeah. I think one of the biggest questions that come to my mind when I was thinking about whether or not I would give you MVP is whether or not like you perform consistently well, and I thought, yeah, you actually did. I think you performed the best out of your team, at least the most consistently. So are you used to like playing consistently? Like, do you also like play solo queue like 10 games a day, like, and you keep that level head, that mental straight, like you do in your games today?
Well, I'm going to be honest. I like barely ever play ranked, ever. I usually just play with like a couple of my mates that I play with that I've known since secondary school for years now. So we always usually play normals or like flex queue, which no one cares about, and then like that's it for that. But performing consistently, like I don't really know what to say. It just kind of happens,
It's natural talent, yeah.
Yeah, natural talent. But no, I guess it's because I don't tilt very often. Like in that Gangplank game where I was like 0, 5, and 6, I was tilted. But my team carried me that game. And furthermore, my team also helps me not tilt. So we have SLB. You'll have to give a shout out because he deserves MVP in my opinion, because he has built this team up from nothing to a force to be reckoned.
So it's the SLB super secret coaching that has
honestly
led to your whole team's massive improvement.
Yeah, because when the tournament began, it was such a bot diff every game because Imbolg wouldn't know what to do, but then SLB would shout at him.
I like it. Yeah,
Imbolg would perform better.
So what you're saying is your team's approach was having Bernpup and SLB flame Imbolg until he just got better, and then he did just get better.
Exactly.
I hope all the teams out there are taking notes now on how to make sure your teams improve. Make sure you are as toxic as possible to them so they know they need to get better. It's the lesson I'm learning from this.
Yeah. Like
right.
There isn't much to talk about in top lane because it's just a big tank fest. So I can't say anything else.
Well, I mean, look, I think your play said more than words ever could. But we'll be moving on to some closing words from our glorious producer, Crimson Cyclist.
Hello, how's it going, dudes? So hopefully the stream can hear me, and I just want to say special thanks obviously to everybody here on the production, on the Analyst Desk, on the casters, Whymsy and Xenolot, especially, they put in a lot of work. And then also for Platodig here, who hosted the whole desk, did a extremely good job. And obviously, big congratulations to Team Bernpup, well-deserved winners, and obviously Implug, my personal MVP of the series. Sad to see him not get the official one, not in the end. But yeah, honestly, this was a lot of fun put together, and apologies for all the jitters at the start. Well, I think we got there in the end. And yeah, just thanks everyone for watching. Hopefully we'll catch you next time.
No, thanks for hosting. It was a really good job.
Yeah,
Cool.
thanks.
So with that, we will close out the stream. Thank you everyone for watching, and have a good night. Take it easy.